I've had a couple of months to make sense of the story. Yeah, you try to warn me. And I was in deeper than I even know. Not much is true. You see, these awkward moments will stay awkward forever. Sometimes these awkward moments are the ones that you treasure. Oh, you build me up inside your brittle. Not just burn down everything. I've been keeping my head, yeah, I keep to myself. My heart on the shelf. The bars and the cards seem hard, but don't worry, I'll be out now. I've been reading so much, it keeps my mind off the cold. But by the time I get out, my mind just feels low. Oh, you build me up inside your brittle. Not just burn down everything. And I don't know if I really deserve a thing for what I may have done. What I know is that every minute that I can, it's not enough. It's not enough. Oh, you build me up inside your brittle. Oh, you build me up inside your brittle heart. Oh, you build me up inside your brittle. Oh, you build me up inside your brittle heart.
You gotta piss me off more.
Rolled into the city sun in the longest hallway in Valencia, screaming your name through a massive sweats of colors. And the bottles that you've been missing, it they used to be filled with your medicine. The signature on the prescription is your own. I wish to say that you understand how it felt right through your shaking hands, and it's making me sick. Hostile, don't say a word. Down the hall, 'cause the end of my world. Screaming my name through a massive sweats of colors. And the shadows that you've been hiding in, they know all the names of your relatives. And the signature on the will, it is your own. I wish to say that you understand how it felt right through your shaking hands, and it's making me sick. The engines out of the tanks that day. Bombs were attached to the wings on the plane. And I heard a sound. Instead of sinking in the bay, I thought of someone I could save. My arms hit the water past the disappearing shore, swimming on my way to the liquor store. This is the cause, root of my anger. 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 This is the cause. She didn't feel quite the same. She despised the bridge and who he became. She left him devastation. She left him there in shame. He said, I don't understand. This is not part of the plan. But he got lost in the translation. Like a castle made of sand. Whoa, a castle made of sand. All the years he's been struggling. He's been haunted in every turn. He fights the fear as he's growing old. It reminds us of all that he's heard. We build and burn. Burn! Burn! Here I am, all alone, in that branch made of stone, with smothering motivation, awakening to the bone. In the end, it's what I know, it's what I hate, but I have to show. The bridge is my dedication, the bridge just feels like home. Yeah, the bridge just feels like home. Yeah, all the years I've been struggling, I've been haunted in every turn. I fight the fear as I'm growing old, remembering all that I've learned. We build and burn. All the years he's been struggling, he's been haunted in every turn. He fights the fear as he's growing old, reminds us of all that he's earned. We build and burn. Burn!
Oi! Oi! Where's the button? Hit the button, Fuse! What's going on, guys? Hi. What's going on, folks? Folks, boys and girls, what's up? What's up? Unfortunately, that song's too quiet. Later. Later. Oh my god. Oh. I'm a little under the weather today. Silent. What's going on? Sidebound. JS Twitch. Synapse. What's happening, brother? Scarlet. Welcome back, my friend. A little earlier than normal for you. That's good. Dathar. JDA. What's happening? Death but Def Nut. What's going on, my friend? Jack Trauma. Cosmic Cubicle coming in. What's happening, boys? Dash 2. What's happening? Hoodsgate. I see you hanging. JP Gray. Sliding in with some robots. Bullshit. Out from under the bed, brother. What's going on, guys? You tell me. Cyber Steve, what's going on? You tell me. I'm under the weather today. I don't know why. I'm just not feeling 100%. Could have updated. Guess I updated it too late. All I gotta go in and do is sometimes it gets locked. It gets like hung up. I don't know why. Like I reset it, and then OBS sometimes is being a bitch. It doesn't like actually follow along. LT, what's going on? M113, aka a Reno. The M113 wasn't quite as detailed as this. The M113 was known for just a bunch of big flat sides, but definitely the back is more M1. This is pretty much what they ripped it from, though. troop carrier. Korean what? Vietnam? Korea? Was the M113 in Vietnam? Or was it Korean War? I don't remember. I don't know that stuff. We're going to paint some more yellow on him, though. Stepped you guys through on Friday doing a lot of the panel shading, the pre-shade on the panels and all that stuff just to get a really good workup and set up for our yellow. I haven't touched it since. Told you guys we'd throw some of the brighter yellow on it today. We might go ahead and work on the dry brush. You know, Sundays are fast and loose. We just figure it out as we go. Figure it out as we go. But all this is airbrush, 100% airbrush, no other detail work, no other kind of weird washes or anything like that. This is all just airbrush. And gives us a really nice look. So this is tank method A la Fuse that we showed. We worked, those of you guys that weren't here on Friday or haven't watched the VOD yet, we basically took this tank, this Rhino, and based it in gray, gray primer, and then went up from the gray primer to a white highlight. So we obviously highlighted top-down highlighting, you know, center of patches and edge of it. Looks like a Razorback, but it's actually going to be a Command Rhino. I've got a satellite dish array that goes on here. You know, and highlighted like front of the light pods and things like that. Just did a simple highlight job on it, nothing too fancy. And then went back with black. So a little counterintuitive to the way that you normally do a miniature. You would normally work it up from, well, in our case, you'd put black primer on it, and then you highlight with white, and then you'd go into paint. Here we highlighted, or we primered with gray, highlighted to white, dumped it back down with black. So after you have all your white highlights on, go back in and panel lines. We went in and airbrushed all of our individual panel lines around doors, in between, grates and grills, doohickeys and thingamajigs and smokestacks and everything. So you basically just filled it up with all sorts of black outline around window openings, around all the detailing like the fist and the Aquila and any of these janky little, whatever these things are, on the Forge World stuff. So basically just outlined everything in black and did a little bit of shade up from the bottom up with black. And then went in and started layering, and this is only, what is this, 2 colors? Did we do 2 colors on Friday, I think? Yeah, I think there's only 2 colors. So we went in with golden brown and yellow ochre. And that's all that's on this tank right now is golden brown and yellow ochre, but we get a bunch of really cool kind of rusty brown yellow effects on it because of the way we layered up with our airbrush so thin. So it starts looking really good. And now as we start putting the brighter yellow on it, it'll start jumping up into Imperial Fist yellow range. So I think we're going to go with, I don't know what we're going to do. I don't know if I want to use medium yellow, if I want to just go straight with yellow RLM. I think we'll do yellow RLM first. See how that looks. If we're not happy with it, we might jump up to medium yellow. Medium yellow is a little bit brighter, but only by a small amount. Yeah, LT, I'll move this one over to YouTube. If I remember. Dilka Smurf, what's going on? Nice. Nice. Glad you dig it. Hope it helps. Haul some robots into battle, JP. That's what it's for. Wait, what? Wait, what? Yeah, this is a good one. I got a lot of good feedback, so I'm glad you guys dug it. I got tons of messages. We got flooded on Friday night and Saturday after the stream, so I'm glad everybody really dug it. Raven, what's going on? Good to see you. I am drinking Trader Joe's brewed ginger beer, non-alcoholic sparkling beverage. I love this stuff. It's very good. And it's invisible. So cheers to invisible drinks. Tink. Yeah, so this is, you know, everybody's always been asking, like, hey, when are you going to do some vehicles? And I was like, well, I got vehicles to do in the background. You know, I've been doing vehicles so long that they tend to elude me for being the funnest part of painting. But then every time I paint them, I'm like, I love doing vehicles. It is a love, and it's something that I'd love to do, but it's kind of like a love-hate because it feels very repetitive to me, even when I haven't painted a vehicle for like a year. When I go back to paint it, it feels repetitive because I probably painted my first vehicle when I was 10 years old. So it's just one of those where it's like, oh God, not another tank. But then when you start in on them, they're fantastic. Invisible beer, less calories. This isn't really beer, it's just ginger beer. There's no alcohol. Water, sugar, ginger juice, lime juice, lemon juice, natural ginger ale, natural flavors, and ginger extract. So it's ginger, water, sugar. Says it has 140 calories per serving. How many servings per bottle? 1. Okay, that's good. Sometimes they tell you like 1 bottle is like 2 servings, and I always hate that because you think it's only 100 calories. It's good. Then you're like, oh, it's 400 if you drink the whole thing. M2 Bradley, there you go. Yeah, because the 113 wasn't fast enough. It was slow trudging, but it would get through anything, which was nice. Okay, dog, let's load this up. Let's load this up. Hope everybody's weekend's going well. Anybody do anything cool on the weekend? Anything fun? We went and met with a contractor over at the new house today. Talk about some stuffs. It was early this morning. Work back through the brush real quick, make sure I've got nothing but water flowing through here. Seems like it's pretty good. Pretty good. Alright, we're gonna go with yellow RLM. Right. It looks kind of dark. It's not really very dark though. Rocket chicken, a python? Oh, what? Hold on, what's going on? You're cleaning? So is Jen. Jen's in there like cleaning the couch because we're going to sell all our furniture and start fresh. It's exciting times for us, but it's also a lot of stress. 3.1. Oh, Rocket, that's horrible, by the way. That's horrible. I'm just now seeing the joke part after having read the finish line first. Mort, what's going on, man? Good to see you, my friend. Some very orange towel, Studio 77. Nice. The invisible stuff craze, right? It was like Pepsi clear, Coke clear, everything clear. Is that what you're talking about? I hated that crap. You know, as everybody was probably, I drank sodas when I was younger. I don't drink sodas anymore. You know, like soda. The ginger beer that I'm drinking is as close as I ever get to a soda. And I don't even drink much of it. We just went to Trader Joe's today and I bought 2 4-packs. I have exactly 8 ginger beers. Cosmic still grinding through 30K assembly. Ugh. God. Horrible, isn't it? I need to set aside some assembly days coming up pretty soon though. That's the toughest thing during my schedule right now is I'm all paint. I don't have time for assembly. I got a lot of assembly I need to do. So gonna have to set aside a day, maybe tomorrow. I got another tank tutorial today, one-on-one tutorial. I do about 2 or 3 tutorials a week nowadays, which is really cool. So anywhere from like 6, sometimes 8, sometimes 4 tutorials, like 6 to 8 hours a week generally is taken up with tutorial time. So like a full work day basically is done doing tutorials one-on-one with you guys. And they work really well. I think people get a real big kick out of them. Today we're painting another rhino. I got another rhino in the back that I just primed black and got assembled and all that stuff. With Twinner, he's got to do a bunch of salamanders for Adepticons. We are working with him to get all that done. Let's see if we can't go pure cool light since we're doing yellows. And again, we're just gonna do as before. We're super thin here, as always, and then we're just gonna kind of run in here and brightening up that panel. We got Imperial Fist Yellow starting to creep in there. Again, I'm just on these. I'm just kind of working from the inside out, making sure I cover up enough of our shadow that, you know, everything has that kind of same tint to it as we work it up. That's the big kicker on all of this. You don't want to sink your shadows too far, right? But you also want to make sure that they don't look like they're just like completely golden brown and there's no yellow on this. That gives us the golden brown sinks further down. The yellow starts covering up. Again, more like a tint or a glaze than anything else. And now we start getting that Imperial fist yellow out of it. Same thing, we're just going to catch all these areas, start building up yellow in the inside. So I'm just going in and tracing this inside line, kind of spending more of my time there in the center so that that becomes my bright yellow spot. And then everything else I just kind of feather yellow over it, just enough to get where I can see I've got that first coverage of paint. I mean, that's literally all I'm doing for all these darker areas. Just making sure, tilt the model so I can see the wetness, the little glare from the wetness of paint as it hits the model. And just make sure that every area gets a little wet. And then the lighter areas is where I'll focus, like right around the ring here. But everything's getting a little wet in these in-between areas. Well, here on this table. Guess if I was smart, I probably wouldn't be playing rights protected music today, huh? You guys might want to see the other side of this VOD, wouldn't you? Maybe let's change that real quick, guys. And think about that. Normally I would just play rights protected music today, but let's go ahead and switch over and just go to one of our epic music playlists so that this VOD can exist on YouTube, because I know people have been looking at it. Maybe we'll trade out one of our weekdays this week for some rock and roll, rock and roll, rock and roll. Shackle Gorblood Beer, what's going on? On the Prospero Marines, nice. Is now on your list. Yeah, I don't like this. The like separate leg is pretty brutal. Snake Man, what's going on? Welcome back. Yeah, Mort, I wasn't thinking, so we'll just swap it out. That's easy enough, man. Easy enough. I probably got my speakers in the room turned down a little bit, Ray, so I apologize. I just turned the music down a bit. Sometimes when I'm watching streamers, other streamers and stuff out supporting on Twitch, I run into problems with being able to hear them, or they're too loud. A lot of people don't seem to really pay attention to their audio quality, so I'm always having to dump my speakers up and down in the room here and something. For sure. Had to be dumped down, then I'm a little screwed. So yeah, always let me know. Don't ever feel bad about it. Always let me know if the music's too loud or too quiet for you. Again, I'm just going in. We created these areas of highlight already, so I'm just going back in with this yellow and pumping up the corners a little bit, grabbing these edges. Right across here above the light. Really hit this corner. There comes that Imperial Fist yellow. And it will sink a little bit of that orange, so, you know, because of our color choice, you know, we're looking here and this looks really cool, gives us that really cool rusty feel. That's still beneath the yellow here, and I can still see it on my end, right? But you will be sinking it, so, you know, don't get frustrated. Just understand that, you know, you got your end game, and you might find something that you like in between, like that, you know, that deserty kind of yellow that we created there. Just mark it on a paper, right? Tell yourself, oh man, I need to do some, you know, some of that one day and stop and not go all the way up to yellow, you know, and come back at it, because that was a cool color. You know, there's no reason why you couldn't do a whole squad of Marines or a whole freaking chapter of Marines with that orangey yellow that we did on this thing that we're now covering up. but always remember to stick to your plan. We'll keep some of it nestled into these shadows, right? And just grab the bright yellows in our streaks there for our highlights. Top doors. Running fast and loose. Highlighting, spending most of my time with the yellow in the lighter middle spot, and then still covering a little bit of our shade, but notice how we're not losing it. We still have all of our panel shade in between our doors, around our rivets, all of our paneling. Right? So long as you don't spend a lot of time with your airbrush pointing at those shadows, then you're good. Right? We basically just want to fill in the inside lighter areas and then dust the outsides, so that we bring this yellow tint all the way around. A lot of people will forget that, and if you don't tint your shadows with this same yellow as you go up, it starts to make the model look really crazy. Your shadows will be in the same range, right? They might be these dark brownish oranges, but they separate themselves out kind of like a line between the brighter yellows. Like here, I haven't really sunk the shadows back enough by the side here, by this case, right up under here by this this cupola, right? So I need to come back in and spend a little bit more time up in here with this yellow. Not a ton. But just sinking those shadows a little bit more. Give us that nice blend that we want. Alright. More like that. Right. Now, I still retain a little bit of that golden brown, still got the shadow here, but I've pushed my brighter yellow out a little bit. It hasn't necessarily brightened up the other spots, it just knocks the shadows down a hair. Evens them out, gives me a nice consistent coloring. Right? But you can see from all these angles, you can still see that kind of nice warm glow of golden brown peeking up as we've gone thinner in some areas. And it is random, because we're going so thin, we're moving the brush erratically. We don't want it to be, you know, light up here, mid-tone here, dark here, like we would with skin. You know, we want it light, dark, light, dark, light, dark, splotchy, because that's the way metal would weather, right? It's going to have unleveled sections in it. It's going to be walked on. It's going to have all sorts of weird reasons why it won't be a linear highlight, unless it was like brand new off the showroom floor. So we're trying to avoid brand new off the showroom floor on our Imperial fists here. A little bit of this. Couple of some of these spots, drag a little bit of bright yellow down on these little in-between areas here. Drag some yellow down these vertical stanchions. White Turk, what's going on, my friend? Your voice is high-pitched. Your voice is high-pitched, but it's a good thing. The Calf Marines are amazing. Yeah. Auntie, what's going on? Welcome back. Hope everybody's having a good weekend. Like I said, hope you're doing something fun, or if your weekend is winding down and your week is starting, I hope that it was good fun. Got you prepped for heading out on the week again. Some of you guys, Monday's right around the corner, right? And you time traveling bastages. Come back in and hit these corners, brighten them up a little bit where we were starting to before. Start shaking that brush. I'm getting real nice hazing around this corner here. This corner over here, same way. Don't want to build up too much material anywhere. I'm working so thin, that's my problem. I just brighten up areas in here, even though they're kind of in shadow. I don't want to brighten up this spot too much. this line here on the back. Kind of sitting too much in shadow, a little too deep here. Now let's get back in here. You can see the difference between where we're headed with these yellows, match our Imperial Fist, and where we were with this really deep gold. Spend a lot of time right here in the middle with this kind of triangular build-up on the back here, and feather it out as we go out this back edge. Anything on these sides, build those up just a hair. So, still leave our golden browns in all of our shadow areas where we want them, between the panel lines and all that stuff. And now we get a really, really crisp, bright yellow going on. Big change. But again, only 3 colors that we've had to use. So. That back corner, I just kind of get in close, build up a little pigment on the corner, pull the brush back, fade down into our shadow behind those jerry cans. These top teeth on this drop ramp real quick. Shadow, so I'm just going for the edges on those. Our tip is clean here. I feel like I'm filming up a bit. Yep. Not running quite as thin as we were the other night. This yellow can get really crappy if you thin it too much, so got to kind of play the happy medium. Right there. Grab this one too. As it goes down into the jerry cans. Under these headlights. A pixel out in my teeth. Can't tell if that's on the camera or on my TV. I've got, like, on my view, I've got a pixel like right by that right headlight, right there. Yeah, it's on top of my finger and everything. I don't know if that's on the camera or what. I feel like a tangent. You want to ask about how to create a sheer translucent cloth on an Arena Rex Medusa. Lots of glazing. You're going to want to get your skin color down, get your highlights on your skin color the way you want, as if she was naked, right? And then go back and glaze in all of your fabric color that you want. Right, so you have to determine, okay, how how, you know, bright you want that fabric to lay on certain parts of the skin, things like that. And then you're going to have to start working at, okay, the fabric is going to be with sheer fabric. It's going to be the brightest at the highest points of where it touches the skin, right? And the darkest where it doesn't. And so by bright, I mean that the skin is going to show through and your glaze is going to be your lightest color wherever it touches the skin. So like on the top of the breasts, you know, if it hits the rib cage or something like that. And then the sheer cloth color is going to take over and not have any skin color beneath it, where that sheer cloth drapes, like off the front of the breast down towards the rib cage. It would get darker in there, things like that. So it's really playing with the idea of light and shadow in with all of that, you know, sheer color of your cloth. I don't have a good, I wish I had a good model where I could show you. I don't have one. Doing the same thing with like pantyhose, same kind of deal. You would paint the skin, highlight your skin all the way to completion, and then come back in with whatever color your pantyhose were. If they were sheer black, something like that, and you would go through and start glazing back with grays and blacks, you know, to get the consistency that you wanted color-wise there. Kind of that front panel. Let's grab this ill-conceived front panel here, this plate that's on the front of the tank, which is a horrible design flaw. One shell hitting you right there, insta-pin, death to all inside. If I were to hit this with a shell right on the front. Be bad, be very bad. Bad plan to have flat on front of tank. Right, I need brighter over here to match over here. Go ahead and step up these light housings a little bit. Top. Same with this front visor. I'm going to create a highlight on this front visor that kind of encapsulates the windows, right? So I want this to be like a strange capital I in between, have it sweep across the tops, right? But leave that shading in because where grit would suspend in and along that border edge, but darker beneath the visor slit, you know, and lighter up above. So that's looking really good right there. Catch this little front panel again here, just moving quick so I don't build up too much paint. Put it on this hinge. And yeah, I'll take a look at the stuff in the whip if you've thrown it. I think you said you did. You threw your Medusa up there, so it's a great model. You know, a lot of guys trying to paint it, and it's a tough one to get right. See a lot of near misses with that model. Guys who have the right idea, but painting that sheer is a bitch. It really is. I'll go ahead and grab the tops of these little cable hold down things. Haven't been giving them much love. Hit them with some air and dry it all back, and then hit them again and bring them up. Because these little bastards have pretty much just been getting overspray on them. We haven't really been paying a whole lot of attention to them. Brighten them up in contrast to the area around them. We'll probably hit them back quite a bit with weathering, chipping, and stuff once we get there. I just had not been really paying attention. Feel like I like this. I feel like maybe a little darker right up in here, or a little brighter right up in here.
I've got 2 kinds of wet in my pants.
2 kinds. Thank you so much for the host. Who that? Who that? Crooked Letter. Thank you so much, my friend. Welcome back. Try to brighten this one up to catch up with it. I don't want one side too unbalanced with the other, although this one's got this cable on it, so I can stand to have this one cheated a little bit. Good, looking good. I like it. I'm gonna do the sides. Bayside Dude, what's going on? Blind Aggro, what's going on? Anybody else I missed walking in? Welcome back on Sunday. E-Tool, what's going on? Crooked Letter, yeah, my Sunday's going great. Hope yours is too, my friend. Thank you for the host. Welcome everybody coming over from Crooked Letter Stream. Hope your weekends are going well. We were doing some tank painting. How would you airbrush parchment, or would you just paint it on, and what colors would you use? Airbrush parchment. Hey, Get Wrecked. What's going on, Josh? Airbrushing parchment. Parchment that's on the model and you want to airbrush it? I tend to want to brush paint parchment so I can add texture to it. Do like a rough kind of, you know, linear texture to it or something like that. Kenny coming in with a host. How the hell are you, Kenny? How's Sunday treating you? I tend to want to brush paint parchment, so just a key for me. And I will go from like a chocolate brown through a golden brown to a desert yellow to a cream or bone color on parchment a lot of times, and then use white as kind of just a real popping edge highlight. Is kind of the deal. So, or an ivory would be good. So let's see. Let's pull those colors down here real quick. Where's the chocolate brown? So I would start with a chocolate brown. You don't have to go too dark because you're not going to let a whole lot of the dark show through. So I would go chocolate brown into golden brown,
well, huzzah, huzzah.
Right? Or
throw back my legs and pollute my britches with delight.
Tabletop Gamer, Paul, thank you so much. 5 months in a row. Let's hype it up for that. Awesome. How's Sunday treating you, my friend? Yeah, so generally into like golden, and then after golden you can go to, because you don't want to stay in the yellow range, you just want that gold to transition you to desert yellow. And then after desert yellow you can use buff if you want to stay in the Vallejo range, or you can use Ushapti Bone and Citadel. Right, you can go buff, and there's your parchment. And then if you want, highlight it, you know, touch it up with like ivory. So you can do like extreme tears, and you can highlight like little cracks and whatever you want with the ivory. But don't like use it as an edge highlight for very much as far as distance goes. Just in little spot highlights. This would be your main workup, and you would do all your edge highlighting for it with like buff or Ushapti Bone. I kind of like the Ushapti Bone, but buff is a great color too. That would be the recommendation. Of course, if you wanted to do like a gray parchment, you could work it up through grays. Depends. Forrest, what's happening? Great stream last night. Nice. It didn't. Backwater terrain, what's going on? It didn't tell you. We're being sneaky. We told Twitch, keep it on the low. which is just funky like that. All right, so what we've done so far is we're going over this Rhino that we started painting on Friday with a yellow RLM, right? Just model air yellow RLM. And that's probably where we'll stop. I don't know that we'll have to go up much higher. If I look at our dudes, we're now starting to fall into the right range for matching our army, right? So I think we'll probably stop at this color, and we don't have to really trudge much further up. I think our troops will be a little bit brighter, which I'm okay with. But actually not really, right? But the lacquered armor on the troops, I can stand to have be a little bit brighter. I can stand to tell that story. The tanks going too bright starts to make them look too polished. After we dry brush and start edge highlighting this, the whole tank will appear to pop a little bit more and be brighter. But I don't think you got to be careful because you have so many flat spots that the higher brightness you go in color, you start making it look too clean. And the goal with me and tanks on this one, and especially kind of like what we're doing with our AdMech contingent, you know, is we've got a lot of shading, we've got a lot of dirt falling in on this yellow, and that's what we want, right? I mean, we're doing the same thing with the dudes, right? Look at the back of his leg is all dirty, right? All the panel lines and under the armor and all that is very dirty. So, you know, we want that look, but I'm okay with going to a little bit higher polish on like the round pauldrons and stuff like that. So I think this is going to fit in pretty well. We'll probably stop with this yellow RLM on these one. Robots, I know, I show them just for you, JP. All the love. All the love. All right, Mystic, yeah, we'll probably take a whip break. I know we will. And we'll start building up here at the top of this exhaust stack. Come right down the center line there. Get these side T's. Right, and then hit down from there. This I'm going to leave a little bit more of that glow on the side because it's the side. It doesn't have direct lighting hitting it, right? So we're going to highlight this stuff and bring a streak down the middle, right? But I'm going to let a lot of that original kind of gold still fall down below, right? Whereas opposed to up here, we kind of sunk it all, right, except for in the deepest recesses, like on the visor. That's really it. You know, a couple of these dark spots in and around our cables, because obviously we have light from the top, so we can't go too crazy on that area, right? Sides, we can stand to leave a little bit more of this gold hue sit, and that'll give it a lot of pop. Again, just kind of filling in this back section and then just kind of lightly down. Then more time up top, lightly down. More time up top, lightly down. That. Back here, less up top, and then start fading pretty quick because we don't have, right? We got a smaller area for bright yellow in the back before we get to dirt, because as this tanks are going to build up more of their gunk from moving forward than backwards. No, you know, forget about the game traits of a Rhino being able to go backwards as fast as it goes forward. Generally, all the mud is going to build up on the backside, right? Because the track rotates counterclockwise in order to push the tank forward, and all that mud gets thrown up, and dirt and grime always hits the back, right? Whereas not so much on the front. Okay, so you can stand to go further brighter on the front, less on the back. Two kinds of wet. Who dat? Who dat? Darkness Nom, thank you so much. Welcome back, friend. Weekend is going well for you guys. That halo, that bright gold on there. Thank you for the bits, Max. Again, here we're gonna work just to the left of this smokestack. Build up some bright yellow across the top of the door here. Just hold the airbrush there, keep it moving so you don't pool up, but keep it in the same like inch wide kind of area right up here. And then right as we get down to the end of those fins, then we just kind of start moving fast and just build up enough to give it that streakiness, right? Like that.
Hey, somebody
So
likes us.
Nice ghosted fade. MG Robo, what's going on? Or Mig Robo, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. Kronos coming in with a sub as well. I think I catch it before the bot does. Thank you for the bits, friends. Again, let's build this up on the side here. Just a little bit of brightness, quick down, brightness, quick down. You want your side highlight to match the front. There it is. Hype Kronos up with that sub. Much appreciated. Enjoy those emotes. Got it right the first time. Thank you so much, Robo. Welcome, welcome. Glad you found us. Going on the back. Same thing here. I want to catch, it's all about on anything where you're doing a vertical shade like this. You just want to make sure that your fade line is consistent as much as you can keep it. It can stand to vary itself a little bit as you go deeper. Like the door panel is inset a little bit further than the exhaust stack. So I can take these deeper set panels and drape them down a little bit further. Gimp Lock, thank you so much for the follow. Right? So we can get away with a little bit of variance, but ultimately you want to keep your fade line kind of the same. And right now it's like halfway through this bottom part of the stack is where I'm starting my fade. Right? So I just judge everything off of that. So same thing, we get this facet on the side here. I just want to kind of go right underneath these vents, right? Build up a little yellow and then quick down. Build up a little yellow, quick down. That. Right? That nice fade in there. Make sure it's level across the front to back, so it's not like one side drapes down a half an inch further than the other. It'll just start to look kind of funky. Got to get a little bit more brightness up top on this guy. This side. Oh. Well, they look pretty consistent. Do the other side of the door, smokestack front, then we'll come back to the door. So again, just right up here in this corner, going in here. Let me zoom in a little bit. You guys can maybe pick up the paint hitting the model more. Right? So I want to go in just right up in this corner, and I want to build up paint in this corner area down to about the second fin and over across the top of the door. We came in about halfway on this one, go back about halfway on this one. All right, so I'm going to start building up pigment there in that corner. Keep it moving, come over across the top of the door, blend it in with that other amount of paint that we put on there so we don't have a line in the middle of the door here because we're coming at it from two directions. All right, go back on. I can start seeing pigment building up. Starting to back up. I think I got gunk on my needle. Hold, please. Right, so we'll start building up pigment right there in that corner. Again, across the top of the door. Brighten that up.
Hey, somebody likes us.
Hey, welcome. The Bit Spit, what's going on? Thank you so much for finding us. Glad you like it and drop the follow. Much appreciated. Okay, so we come back through this corner and then we just start fading down, right? So we want to hold the airbrush at the corner, then quick down. Airbrush at the corner, quick down. Right? Start getting that really nice gentle fade alongside the door, matching over here. Right, side to side looks pretty good. I like equal brightness is good. Digging it. Go ahead and do the door. We're sitting here, why not? Again, I'm going to catch the doors a little funky because I want to leave some shading up underneath these teeth. I don't want to go hot and heavy all the way up across there. I kind of want to grab this top corner and then again just kind of quick down on the door. This top corner, kind of quick down again. Build up a little bit there and then quick down. Right. Again, just to match those side fades, but I want to leave this darkness where these teeth would jam into the ground. There's going to be a lot of weathering up there. Birdman Finch, great name, welcome. Right. Again, I just get a really nice fade. Come back in here, maybe get a little bit of tinting on the entire door. Right, but I really want to focus on these top corners, make sure they match brightness-wise to the panels next to them. Don't go too bright, don't go too dark. I feel like I need to brighten this line outside the door up a little bit. Always be comparing what you just did to what you've done previously and what you're about to do.
Throw back my legs and pollute my britches with delight.
Skybound! Guys, that gotta be 4 months in a row for Skybound. Thank you, my friend. Thank you much. Alright. Looking good. Catch this other smokestack.
Donate $5 to the cause and maybe it'll make you
Kenny! Hail Satan! 10-4 rubber ducky. That's next level painting, Kenny. 10-4, what's your 20? Thank you so much, getting us kicked off towards our first wheel spin on this wonderful Sunday. Again, I just want to match the other exhaust stack. So I don't want to go too hot on this one until I pull back and look. Right, I got this one already set. I want to match it here. Right, so I just stop, take a look real quick, go back after it, brighten it up just a hair, and then fade down.
And 66 cents donation received from Kenny. Hail Satan.
Hail Satan.
10 for rubber ducket.
10 for rubber ducky. She is so freaking funny, man. This bot, she'd be great at parties. Hey, say this. Pretty good. Now we'll get these cross members in here. Get in tight. I'm not getting too much overspray on the inside. Not super concerned with it. We're going to have to go back after it with a brush anyway, but I just want to make sure we get... Yay. Good. Now let's get these two sides. We got to get this facet right here. Match it to the front. So we're just going to come in and start building up yellow right underneath those vents and then fade it down. Step back. Matches. Good. Good to over here. Okay, I like it. The gold tone on there is really, really cool. So I'm glad that we're choosing to keep some of it on the side panels here. Right. Look here. Front. Again, pull back and compare side to side. Looks like I need to bring this one down just a hair. Yeah, bring this back one down just a hair to match the front there.
Why don't you donate $5 to the cause and maybe it'll make you feel better.
That maybe. That's good. With another 666. Are we kidding? 666 and 666. What is that? It's like the twins of the devil. Cheers, Kenny. Here's to you. My ginger beer. Back at you, my friend. Hope you're enjoying your Sunday in sunny Southern California. Both sides down to kind of match well. Right. And let's grab right over here. Oh, are we already out? We are out of paint. That's why it was kind of starting to spatter. Go back up a bit. We don't have much left to do. I'm just going to put like maybe 3 drops of paint in there. Mix it right up in the cup. We'll go in with a healthy dose of flow improver. Basically sink that paint to flow improver. More of a clear paint with a yellow tint to it than yellow paint at this point, which is what we want. We've been layering everything super thin on this. It's the way this process of painting tanks work. Later, like I said, I'm going to be working with Twinner103, one of our viewers, in a private one-on-one tutorial, and I will be showing him how to paint tanks part B, which is not this method. It is a black primer workup, and you can go a little bit, you don't have to work as thin with that. So it's another way to kind of get comfortable with your airbrush and work very quickly. All right, so feel that. I'm going to catch this area here. Again, I just want to build up in the middle there, level up our yellows, then quick down. Build up, quick down. Real easy, very fast. Makes me want to have these insets here just a little bit more blend to them. That. Digging it. Catch his front panel. Focus on that top corner there. And then just erratic kind of motion with the airbrush to blend it down. Like I said, the front can stand to be a little bit shinier than the rear, but you don't want it too bright still. Right? Bring it a little bit down further because most of the dirt and grime from a tank moving is going to be built up on the back as the tracks come and throw it up across the back. So we can come down a little bit further, but we still don't want to get too aggressive. All right, so I'm very, very happy with that. Good. Let's catch the side of this light housing. Again, getting close. Just level up that yellow and then pull back. Like that. Leave it dark. Then I'm going to come around just across this top line here. So I don't have a perfect triangular fade. Like that. Pick up a little bit of highlight across the top. Then angle down the front like that. Just leave the darkness in this bottom corner. Digging it, I'm digging it, I'm digging it. Get this front corner here. Right as it goes underneath the tracks. I'm gonna rebuff this front panel here. A little bit of spotting. Oh yeah. I'm gonna shoot a heavy gunner of paint out the tip here.
Why don't you donate $5 to the cause and maybe it'll make you feel better.
Monty, thank you so much. An amazing tutor. Thank you. Thank you for the kind words, my friend, and thank you for the support. Much appreciated. Great having you. Type it up through the internet for these guys. Hugs and handies for everybody. Thanks for joining us on a Sunday. Like I say, I know everybody, especially weekend time, right? Whether it's because you want to catch up with family, you just want to take a load off from work before you got to get back at it. Always makes me so excited to know that you guys choose to find some time in your day to hang out with me. Keep me company while I throw paint at plastic.
Somebody likes us.
Mucho apreciado. Not even words. Horse rank, thank you so much. Let's get these side pieces here. Again, just kind of like that cable tie down. I've been avoiding paying a whole lot of attention to these, but I want to give them some air, dry them off.
Received from Monty 215. Talented, funny, entertaining, and amazing tutor. A true
Thank you so much, man. Kind words all around.
Thank you, good sir.
Thank you, Monty. Let's hit it again after we dry it off, just to pop that. I'm getting in close just so I'm not getting any yellow overspray on any of the neighboring components if I can avoid it. Pop those standoffs out a little bit from the rest of the unit there. Alright, now this side. Same thing as the other. We want to try to match our vertical fade on this, of course. One thing I'm noticing that I didn't do over here is I don't think I got the top teeth on this door. So let's do that real quick. Celestine's flight stand. Oh yeah, because it's all of hers. I would paint all that with brush. I mean, you could do that with airbrush, but the problem is with parchment. Parchment's not like a solid object that has a fade from top to bottom. You can do that, but it looks funky to me. Parchment's going to have a weird fade all through it because it's going to be wrinkled and folded, and it can go from light to dark, but you're going to have dark shadow spots on it the whole way too. So I just prefer to brush paint like this. Raven Faye, you're making pork chops and scalloped potatoes? You bastard. Why did you have to say that? Rocket Chicken, I'm painting Bane blades. I just have monstrous hands. Been staring at Zillow all weekend, right? Exactly. A pool in your backyard? It's Arizona, JP. There's pools everywhere. Literally everywhere. It was hard for us to find houses that we liked that didn't have them. Because we didn't want a pool either. The expense is just kind of unnecessary. All right, let's just start with this front smokestack here. Same thing. We just kind of want to catch the T's and level up the top, and then come down here and just quickly build a fade about halfway on that stack. All right. like that. I like that. About, like I said, about halfway is where we want it, right? We can go back and check our other side, right? And notice it, we're about halfway, but we also pull kind of a center brightness on these. I don't want to forget that. And this one looks like it's a little not faded. So I'm going to come back in and just kind of touch this one off. Mucho better out. I just need to bring a tail of highlight down the middle here, kind of. That. Match the other side. And then let's do the front and back here. Dang. Here you get both of them pretty level. Looks like it comes down a little bit further here and catch the top on the back a little bit more. It's too shaded up top here. That, bring this one down just a hair. Pretty consistent all the way around. That's what you're looking for. Let's do this front panel. Same thing as before, just kind of aim in the middle of this section first and start working in small circles and then lines and just filling up this area with yellow. As you work out towards the shadows, don't layer as much. Keep building it up towards the top edge, and then once you get down here, just kind of quick downs. Hold it here and quick down. A nice fade as we streak down. Most of our paint is sitting up top. You know what I did last night? I started watching The Expanse. Anybody watch this? Best freaking show on TV, my friends. Literally, like, tremendous sci-fi going on that show. I'm really digging it. I don't know anything about the books, so I didn't know what I was missing. But I'm really enjoying it. If you have not started watching it, I would definitely give it a thumbs up and a recommendation to go and check it out. Sapper Steve, it's on, if you're Amazon Prime, you can watch it on Amazon Prime for free. The first season is free. It's part of your Prime subscription. You just go to Amazon Prime, Prime TV, TV shows, it's in there. Search for it, The Expanse. You got to put in The Expanse, and the whole first season is free. I couldn't find it on Netflix. That's awesome if it is, though. Death by Donut. Escorts are cheaper. Once a month, just hire an escort and tell them you have a pool boy fantasy. Here, take this net. Get all this stuff out of the pool for me, would you? Is that how that works? I don't think that's how that works, Death by Donut. I think you're lying liar who lies. My luck, I'd call the escort service. I'd say I have a pool fantasy, like a swimming pool fantasy. Could you send an escort that could handle that? And I'd get some big guy named Jake. Right? I'd be like, oh, so yeah. Jen would probably go for it though. She'd be like, oh, Jake. Again, just building up paint over the top of the door in these corners and then quick downs to get that fade and that blend going on. Do the door real quick. Same thing we did on the other side, just building up in this corner. Not so much underneath these three teeth. Just this quick line over there. Right? And then again, just quick downs, build up about halfway down the door. These quick fades. Or you don't overextend from the sides next to it. That's the key on those. Good. Yeah, I was actually just sitting there while Jen was watching Saturday Night Live. I was watching The Expanse on my laptop through Amazon, just on the Amazon site, and it was great. It's so good. I'm getting into it. I like the all the different vignettes that seem to be tied together. I'm only like through 4 episodes. I mean, I literally watched 4 episodes last night, so I should tell you, I'm not a TV guy, so for me to sit through that much TV is saying something. Match these, make sure I don't come down too much further on my blend front to back. My level is still stable. Good. This sign. Read the books. Okay, are the books called The Expanse? Is it the same title? So I would like to maybe find those on Amazon or on what is it? Audible, which is also through my Amazon stuff. But I've got some Audible credits. This good Audible sci-fi seems to be very hard to find. Although Kenny says I need to do the Dark Tower. I've never read or followed the Stephen King Dark Tower series, so I probably need to do that. I know there's movies coming out and they're supposed to be really good, so. Or, well, I mean, nobody knows that they're going to be good, but the books are good, so.
Hey, somebody likes us.
There really haven't been good Stephen King movies before, so. 10 Crusher, what's going on? Thank you for the follow. Welcome. Alright, so again, just level up this corner, right? I'm going to focus my airbrush here, even on the shadows, right? I'm not pushing as much paint into the shadows. I'm just glazing the shadows and then focusing on these middle sections, right? Just keep applying paint. This paint is so thin. This paint is 70-30 thinner to paint in the airbrush, just so you know, right? And then quickly tail it down so you get this nice fade, right? Just like that. You get that nice glow of a fade. Keeps up with all the other sections. Right. Still get this nice golden brown, golden yellow highlight around the edges that once we go back in with our edge highlight is really going to pop. That section right there a little bit more. A little bit of a coffee stain there. Then again, not quite as much in this back area. Keep the highlight up high, and then just kind of start trailing off very quick. Right? Don't not bring it down as far as I did in the front. Kind of like right along the track line. I'm stopping it, which I think is what I did back here. Yeah, just kind of right along that track line as it goes up is where I faded it up on that side as well. All right, so very quickly, that's looking really good. The front of this light housing again, like we did over on the other side. First catch that corner. Highlight that up. Then back a little bit across the top. Just keep the dark edge right here on the front. So, hooked with that. This back. Get these fenders. Real quick. Fading, just catching edges, right? I want to leave a lot of shadow coming out from underneath the jerry cans. This side doesn't have anything really blocking it, so we can kind of go a little heavier across that top line and then down the edge. Kind of a little bit of highlight right in the center, just following along what we had done with the golden browns before. Fill it up, a little bit of air to dry it off, then back at it with paint. That nice glow in the center. And fade these down just a little bit on the sides. like so. Back door. Get these teeth. Really just trying to grab the edge, leave a little bit of shadow on the teeth as it goes back towards the door. So you're really not even aiming at the teeth, you're aiming at the floor down below and just moving the airbrush enough until you start seeing pigment there. If you aim at the tooth, you're going to get overspray on everything. You're going to lose that shading. All right, so we're going to catch the top edge here. Right across the top. Want to leave a little bit of shade on that. So I've only got like 1/8 of an inch to play with. So I'm going to be very, very careful, getting real close. Right, more air than paint, right, and then just start slowly working pigment across that edge. Pick that up. Do it again. Probably going to take 3 swipes at it. We're just going to slowly move it, but always moving the brush. Just air, dry that off. Back at it one more time. Just air. Go. Get a nice highlight, bright yellow, still keeping that shadow on that panel as it moves down. And just not getting any, I don't know if the light will pick up on the, probably not wet anymore. Yeah, you can just kind of see how in the darkness I just didn't get anything. My line's pretty even coming across. I dipped down a little bit in the middle and whatever, but it's so thin you're not really seeing that across there. Now let's catch these sides and then the door. Again, this is angled backwards, right? It slants up into shadow. So you don't want to go as far down here as you did on the sides. We'll probably only go about 1/2 inch. Catch a little bit of yellow here. Build, build, build. Keep the brush moving so it doesn't pool paint, and then just quick down. Okay. Right. Fading right around the fender line as it dumps back into shadow there. Same thing over here. Kind of keep the airbrush moving up in that area just to build up some paint. Build up a little bit too much right there. Normally I would almost go after that with my finger and try to wipe it off, but I'm afraid we'll get all the way down to, we've been working so thin and wet that I'm afraid we'll get down to primer. So I'm just going to cover it up with mud as we go. Get a little bit of pooling, a little bit of texture there. Go with this door. Again, just kind of stay in these brighter areas. Again, the door is going to fall off into shadow too. Right now I'm really just kind of tinting this brown, not really going heavy with yellow. I'm not letting the airbrush stay anywhere too long. I'm not getting too much pigment built up. And then I'll kind of come back in these areas right over the Aquila's wings. Right in here. A little bit on this handle on the top. A little bit underneath just to tint it. Back really just in these 2 corners, right around the wings, the wingtips here is the only place I'm really letting the airbrush hang out any kind of time at all. And then just quick downs to give me that blend. There you go. Be a little bit right underneath this parchment here, just to give it a little bit of tint. Not too much highlight, just to give it a little bit of tint for that yellow. Good. Got a nice transition before the door opening. We've got shadow underneath those teeth, and then we got the outline so that when we come back and paint all these other details, they're really going to pop. All right. And take a look. What do we think? Be a little brighter around this cable. Right here is really dark. I'll just kind of brighten that up a bit. Always double check your work. Right? Because as you move from one spot on the vehicle to another, just like when you're working with a model, on a model it's a little easier because each of the areas of a model are generally very visible from one another. You don't have to worry about it near as much as you do when you're working with a vehicle. With a vehicle, you paint one side and you don't think about it, and you go and you paint the other side, and then when you come back, you look at, oh, well, one side of the tank is much brighter than the other. So you still want to look here, see how our fade looks, swivel it around. See if you notice any big discrepancies. A little golden right there on top of the fist on that door. Do we have that same here? Yeah. Not quite as dark over the top of the fist on this door, so let's go back over here and brighten this up just a tad.
Well, huzzah, huzzah! I'll just throw back my legs and pollute my britches with delight.
Apophis, thank you so much. 3 months in a row, my friend. Thank you, thank you. You'll have pizza to celebrate. I got cold pizza in the fridge, my friend. We can do that. Cheers. Thank you so much for 3 months. Do I have a YouTube channel? I do have a YouTube channel. Everything for social media is Slow Fuse Gaming. So if you go to Twitter, you go to Instagram, you go to YouTube, you go to Facebook, you go and do any of that, just type in Slow Fuse Gaming, you'll find us. YouTube, we don't pay a whole lot of attention to. Normally, we'll try to take some of these tutorials. Everybody's been saying, hey, take the one from Friday and post it up there. I'll post the tank tutorial up from Friday onto YouTube this week, is for sure, along with this one. That's why we switched over from our normal Rock and Roll Sunday musical background to just rights-free music, so that everybody can be able to watch that as well. No problemo. I'm not very diligent with my YouTube channel, because I'm always thinking about having to edit video, and I just don't like to take time to do that. But Kenny says I don't have to. Kenny says I can just post my videos. So that's what we're going to start doing. We'll do that for you guys. Right.
Hey, somebody likes us.
Dig it. Userman, welcome. Again, I think our fades are looking good. Our brightness is pretty equal across the top now where I want it. I like all of the dinginess around this panel. This is going to be our command rhino, so it has the Razorback insert in it, but I have a third-party radar dish thing from Poland that sits up in here and makes it a really cool command rhino. So it'll be going on here. I like all of that. I like our shadows and all of our shading. I'm not mad at any of this. Back door, pretty good. The underside we didn't really worry about. We're going to do mud on that. We're not caring about it being yellow. We did just this crappy kind of golden brown coat on there. I don't think I'm really necessarily worried about it. I can come in and kind of just grab these back wheel components with a little bit of yellow, just so as you look up underneath there, you see a little bit of hazy yellow. But I'm not super worried about it. A little bit of yellow glow on the wheel components from the back would help a little bit. Maybe I'll go ahead and hit all of them that way, just so we got paint in here so we can stand to give them a little bit of a glow. But I'm going to go back in with probably some mud and weathering on this, so anything I colorize down here is probably all going to get sunk back anyway. I don't usually, when I'm painting tanks, I don't pay a whole lot of attention to the undercarriage until the very end, because I treat it like its own deal. Painting 35th scale tanks and things like that. You treat the tracks and all of that kind of as their own entity, because the methods to weather and everything are a lot different. Anything up front, we'll just go ahead and give it a nice yellow glow. Over that black, this yellow barely gives it any tint at all, see? So, because we're running so thin, so I can just dry that off, hit it again, and it literally just gives it the most infinitesimal glow of yellow underneath there, which is perfect. I'll just do that from this side real quick on this drivetrain stuff. Games Workshop didn't take any time to actually give any detail to this part of the model, so I don't feel bad about not really spending a whole lot of time on it. Good. Front. Happy with the front. See a lot of dirt and grime on that, so I'm not worried about it. Back I like a lot. Alright, I think we're good. We can call done with the yellow. Let's pull down one more time just for shits and giggles our Domitar. We can make sure that we're in the same range of yellows, and I think we are. I think we can all agree that that is pretty much exactly where we want to be with our yellows. Comparatively, if you look at like the highest spots on the fenders and the lamps here, and you look at the high spot on the Domitar, these yellows are pretty good. It's been the same color range. I've worked them up a little different from the troops to the AdMech component. We got a lot of robots. We got a lot of troops, right? A lot of big dudes, and then vehicles. And so I want the yellows to be in the same family. This one on our shoulder pad, we went up to a little bit brighter yellow initially because this was the first one that we painted. So I'll probably glaze that down a little bit to bring it into more of a dull range like you're seeing on these. So it's not quite as bright. It is, after we did that shoulder pad, we did the rest of the model. And the rest of the model is perfect, right? It's just that shoulder pad that stands out a little bit. The rest of the model suits all of our yellows. It's just we did this shoulder pad first, and we went up to kind of too bright of a yellow, and I knocked it back with a little bit of glaze. We'll probably just hit it with a little more glaze later on, and then that'll be fine. This is the only guy we've got painted. Well, that's a lie. We have another test model that has yellows done, but no blacks. So I think that'll be all right. But always test. It doesn't take any time to put your other models up to it and see if there's anything you missed, anything detail you didn't do that you might want to come back and do, stuff like that. But I'm happy. Those yellows look spot on, my friend, spot on. Gabe, what's going on? Gabe and I did a tutorial yesterday, and that was a lot of fun. Gabe wanted to know a little bit about sculpting for all of his Death Guard stuff. So we took some really old, these are first-gen plastic Terminators that I had, and I showed him how to create like a tentacle and a bunch of crazy crap. Sorry, these are primed white, so it's a little hard to tell what's going on. But I just showed him how to come in and do like nurgly growths and, you know, get it to blend in with the model. And then we made our own tentacle. We made one just by hand, just by putting a paper clip in the shoulder pad and doing that. And then we made another one with the tentacle maker. So, really cool stuff. That was a lot of fun. Forgot to mention that earlier, Gabe. UK Black Dragon, what's going on? Posting the raw vids. All right, Doka. If you guys will watch them, then I'm cool. I don't, I'll post them. It doesn't cost me anything to post them over there, and whether people watch them or not. I don't monetize my YouTube. I don't do anything like that. I don't care. I care about you guys being able to get the videos in a way that works, and I know Twitch sucks for that. So I'll go back through all my Twitch VODs, and I'll peruse them and see which ones have like really good kind of spot tutorials, and then I'll dump those over to YouTube for you guys to hunt through. That's why we months ago moved back, like in December, we moved to rights-free music, so that we don't have to worry about getting muted on YouTube. And so far, that's been pretty good. So we'll move Friday's Tank one over there as soon as I can, for sure. And then I'll go back through the other ones as I have time and start, giving you guys some better quality content over there. Although, like I said, very rarely will it be stuff I produce. I just don't have time. All right, we're gonna go take a look at some whip real quick. Sir Lathan, what's going on? Painting with me in the background. Good God, man, I'll probably drive you crazy. Every now and then I'm gonna go, "Hey, Lathan!" Just you're like, what? You have to tell us. You have to keep a counter. How many times do I make you screw up your painting? Ah! Damn you, soul fuse. Don Bingham, welcome back, my friend. Sorry I missed you. And he is an outlaw trucker. Okay, so the funny thing is only one person in the Long War has ever owned a semi. That I can probably guarantee you. Like, I don't know too much about Haspel and Juice, but I'm willing to say that neither of them have owned a full-fledged semi. I might be stepping out of bounds there. They might come back and pimp slap me for that. There's only one person in the Long War that's owned a full-fledged semi. This guy. This guy. There you go. There you go. Think about that. Forced. What would I want to do a mastodon inside and out? Your firstborn child? No, I don't know. We can talk about it off stream. That's a big damn model. Do I have to put it together? I hear they're a beast. We can figure it out though. If you're serious about it, yeah, we'll definitely talk. Tin Crusher about to start. Oh yeah, House Hawkshroud for your night. Yeah. So yeah, you can check out our Friday VOD as well. If you're familiar with Twitch, you can go back to my videos section. And on Friday we started this, and we're doing this as a full workup tutorial from start to finish. I started this one as a gray primed vehicle. Gray, the only time I really use non-black primer is on vehicles, and it's for the reason we'll call this tanks mode 1 for painting. I do tanks in like 2 different methods, and this is the first of those, in which we went with gray primer. We went back over it with white primer and highlighted top down, right? So like on the sides, we just did a white highlight on our gray, and then across the top, we just did panel highlights, you know, center out kind of glow highlights, you know, back edge in, and, you know, all of that you're seeing here. And then of course, top down on the front and the back. Again, so it was gray with white, you know, highlights on it. And then after that, we went with black, and we went black bottom up. So we took the black over the gray and the white and went black bottom up, you know, painted solid black on the very bottom edge, just like we have here on the tracks, and faded it up into the gray all over the tank. And then went back with the black and traced all of our panel lines, all with an airbrush. So just getting in close and very fine, and just going through and drawing all these panel lines. You draw around the hinges, draw around this doohickey, these grates and grills, all of our little areas that would collect dirt and grime on a tank. So all of this that looks like that really deep brownish yellow for you guys, that's all black showing through. That's all our black pre-shade. And we did it everywhere, in between the doors on the cupola, everywhere that you see. We've done that black pre-shade across all of our panel lines. We even accentuated the glue lines on here just so they could look like weld lines, things like that. So all these areas go back in with black. So when we got done, it looked a mess, right? It was barely any gray showing. You get some weird white highlights on it, and then a lot of black outline tracing on it that looks horrible. And it does. It looks horrible. When I show people that, a lot of times people are like, yeah, have you lost your mind? And then what you do is you start working very, very thin with your airbrush coats. And we've only done 3 colors of yellow on this. And not really all yellow. We did golden brown to start with, right? So we went straight to golden brown. Model Air golden brown, and we based the whole thing. You can see what color that was on the bottom side, right? So that's what that golden brown looks like. It is just over black, very, very thin, so it's barely tinting the black with the golden brown. You can see the difference if you go opaque with golden brown. It really does look like this. But we're running so thin, this is probably 2 coats on the bottom, and that's as, you know, opaque as it gets. So it really just was the whole tank dropped down like this. And then in the brighter spots on the hatches and things, we would take it up a notch where we could. And then after that, we did yellow ochre with Model Air. We go straight to yellow ochre and do the same thing. Now start hazing the whole model again. We didn't leave any part untouched. So we got golden brown recesses and shadows that are this, you know, kind of golden color and darker. And then we go back over it with the yellow ochre, which brings it out even warmer, almost to kind of like a sunset orange in some places. You can note it most on the back here. See how you've got like this kind of sunset orange that sets in? That's the yellow ochre over the brown. Okay, and so we have that paint that starts giving us kind of a streaky feel, nice little glowing shadows and highlights. You can see it here on the sides as it raises up. You've got this kind of golden color. That's that golden brown mixed with yellow ochre, and then finally with the medium yellow, which is just yellow RLM that we're using here. And the yellow RLM, we start working top down and, you know, getting back our highlights. So it's really only those 3 colors. In a pinch, you don't have to do that. You could go straight from golden brown to yellow RLM and just use these 2 colors and be just fine. You would miss some of that interim highlight. And so if you were trying to get it fast on the table, you're doing, you know, 12 rhinos, you can skip that middle stage because it does take a while, right? Because you're working so thin, you have to build each one of these up as probably 3 layers of each of these colors that we're talking about in order to get it to the level that you see right now, right? So it is a little funky in working that thin, but it gives you a really cool effect because through it all of our first layers of black and white and gray are still showing through. Right, believe it or not, like we're still seeing, obviously you're seeing the black because here's all the black in between all of our panel lines. It's that real nice dirt feel, and it keeps you from having to panel wash this model. I don't like washing tanks. Pin washes are okay. Like I'll pick out some of these rivets with pin washes later on maybe. Maybe we'll go back and pick out some panel lines. We shouldn't have to though. I mean, I don't really have any areas on here where I've got panel lines that I feel like we missed. You know, you got these panel lines, there's still the black is showing through. Everywhere on the top it's really good, so I doubt I'll have to do anything, and that's really the key for me because those washes can coffee stain, they can do some unnatural things. This gives it a very natural kind of worn look, It just looks like dirt. It can look streaky in areas depending on how you treat it. It looks like shadows in areas. It can look like dirty footprints in areas. You can do anything you want to with it. And as you build up paint, you can even, get rid of areas. I think we were a little dark in one of the panel areas around here, and so you just layer up your browns and yellows more on it, and you sink that shadow away. So it's kind of like acts like an eraser. You can push that original black around the model the way you need to, so that you're only seeing what you get or what you're really wanting in the end. So it's a really easy method if you're comfortable with your airbrush and working very thin. The biggest thing, and a couple times, like 2 or 3 times on the model, I pooled a little bit of paint, so I'm gonna have to go back and weather that out. Because I was working so thin. So if you hold the airbrush still for even a split second, it's going to coffee stain on it. It's going to give you that splot. So you just got to be very careful and get used to your airbrush, your air to paint. Where does my finger need to be to get paint versus air? So is there a meta where you use a bunch of rhinos? Yeah. Double Dimmy Company. Yeah, because all the rhinos cost 0 points. You get them for free. So everybody takes, like, I don't know, a dozen rhinos for nothing. So anytime you get free models that are objective secured, I think they are objective secured. I'm not the 40k rules guy. You have to talk to Kenny and some of these guys in chat. Wyatt, you're going to have your Tanith ready today for the tabletop? That's freaking great. Are you kidding me? That was fast. Your model semi, your miniature semi. To confuse people. Nice. All right, let's take a look over at the whip gallery real quick, guys. If you don't know what we're talking about, over at slowfusegaming.com, you can upload your work, whatever you're doing in the world of miniatures, whether you're building terrain, building a model, doing a conversion, sculpting, painting, whatever you got. Feel free to jump over there and throw it down and let us see what you're up to. If you have questions, make sure you include your Twitch name and any of your comments or questions in the, God, I always forget what it's called, the caption block when you upload your photo. Make sure you at least put your name all the time so we know who to credit it all to. And if you have any questions, if you're just like, hey, what should I do with my blues? You can just type, hey, what should I do with my blues on your caption. And we will go in and look at all that. Oh, good God, I should have looked where we were when we started. That one doesn't have a name. I don't know what this is. It doesn't have a name on it. It's an Eldar. I like this. I like this. That guy come on that rock? He must. Right? Well, maybe not. Why is he on a big rock? It looks awesome, though. I love that. Why is he on a rock? Why wouldn't you be hiding behind the rock? All right, let's go through Cosmic Cubicle. Let's approve that one. Let's approve this one. I'm going to go through and approve them all first. If you do upload and you've never done it before, realize that your pictures have to be uploaded or approved by an admin before they will actually show up, so don't freak out. If you hit the upload button, it tells you fine, and then you go back to the site and it doesn't show. It takes us up doing the approval gig before they will actually show up for you guys to see. That's just a safety precaution. Oh my God, this is from last night. This is from last night. I'm deleting JP Gray's freaking non-whiz cheesesteaks. I deleted that shit. All right, where were we? Let's go here. Cosmic Cubicle, working through your 30k assembly, Volkite Culverins. I love these guns, but aren't these like just anti-troop guns, right? Like these aren't worth a damn against armor, are they? They're awesome looking though. Do these have big hoses that you have to bend? Are these those? That's the only thing I didn't like about these guns coming from Forge World. Is like, oh my God, the amount of heat and resin bending. I know I'd screw that up. These are awesome though. These are awesome. I love those guns. Yeah, those are cool. I love the fact that none of them have helmets on too. All your Devastators, or I guess they're heavy weapon support squads. They're not called Devastators in 30k. Very cool. Oh, that's your Shadow Spectre. Nice, Marksman. Nice. Good looking model. I like the colors on it, too. Cosmic Cubicle working through your 30k Assembly Marines, Sons of Horus. Oh, is that what all these are? Sons of Horus? Heck yeah. Mark IV galore. Look at these. He's got them all ranked up. All of them staring off down their gun barrels. That's awesome. Very cool. Very cool. And you're using the MDF bases too, which is kind of neat. I'm assuming that's what you're going to actually put them on, right? Ray guns for the win. Yeah, they have hoses. Not attaching those yet? Yeah, exactly. Not until you're done with some paint. Do Volkites work well in the game? Are they literally just troop killers? Bases have so much stuff for your heavy weapons, guys, Wyatt? Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, of course, because for guard, the heavy weapon bases are like 80 mil bases, right? Mystic Scorpion finished custom 6-inch base. Oh, heck yeah, this is the one you were showing us the other day. Oh, hell yeah, man. Necrons. Scarabs on the base, too. Dude, the goop is nice and toxic. Like, that's perfect toxic goop right there. The bright green on the outside, right? Perfect job on those. Yeah, that goop is awesome. Concrete looks good. Did a great job with the cork. Everything. Even the wire and all that looks great coming out of the hoses like you got it. Nice. Very nice. Very nice. Love it. Great work. Telling stories with bases is some of the best part of doing this miniature thing we do. Mystic Scorpion custom 4-inch base. Oh yeah, we were taking a look at this with the campsite. Heck yeah, see now your ground is really popping. Awesome. Awesome. Very cool. Oh, and you got logs under the fire too? Nice. Yeah, this is awesome. Yeah, I like the use of the lichen and the twigs as logs for sitting around the fire. And the scorched campfire looks great, man. Looks great. The fact that you got the top of the logs for the spit lightly colored across the cut. Yeah, it's a good looking base. What goes on that? Did you answer me on Friday? Maybe you told us on Friday. You base them on wood to avoid the undercut issues. Oh, okay, gotcha. If the base is solid. Yeah, definitely. All the bases also get sprue bits added and then some greens. Yeah, definitely. The MDF are nice because they're flat on the bottom, right? That's what he's saying. You know, because they have an undercut on the plastic ones, and so they don't balance on a flat spot because they're not flat. A lot of people put like washers underneath their bases, the plastic ones, but the MDF ones are really cool. Because the MDF, the nice thing about the MDF too is that it's very, very dense, so it doesn't soak up near as much paint. You don't have to like primer it 10 times. It will drink some paint. So when you go to primer it, you know, but you can remedy some of that by just giving it a good coat of PVA glue mixed with water first. Right, and then let that dry, and then go and prime it, and then or then add all of your basing material on top of that, and then prime it, and then it won't drink near as much paint. I've got a bunch of those MDF bases here. I generally don't use them for gaming. I usually use them for. I say gaming. I mean, I usually don't put my miniatures on them, only because a lot of miniatures that I'm doing right now have got the round edge bases, so I don't like using the MDF ones. But I use them for objectives. You can use like, you know, 30 mil MDF bases and put your objective markers on them and stuff like that. So you can make like radio towers out of bits and sprue pieces and things like that and have those be your objective markers. MDF bases work great for that. Mass infantry and troops, 10 crush it, nice. Ultimate Cody, what's going on? Welcome back. Yeah, Cosmic, definitely easier to pin the models to the base. The pin actually gets a good solid seating on MDF as opposed to the plastic ones where it's just going through a thin millimeter of plastic and then flexing. Totally agree with you there. JP Gray, none robot work. JP Gray not working on robots, you cheating cheater who cheats. Hell yeah, Celestine, looking good. I love those doves, by the way. The blue glazing or washing that you've done on the doves looks fantastic. And the roses look really good too. This is a great model. We gave a Celestine away. We've got another Celestine up on the wheel right now. I think the only one that we haven't given away out of the Triumvirate right now is the Admech dude, right? I think he's the only one still left from the original spins. But we've got 2 sets of these guys to give away. So the Celestine and Greyfax are back up on there. What else we got? Backwater Terrain. Making a mess. Making a... Holy hell. Holy hell, he's got the monstrosity of monstrosities in the background there. Holy balls, that Tau model is enormous. I like it. Painting monstrosities. Totally awesome. And drones, dirty, dirty Tau. I like that blue. Kind of ultramarine-y, dark blue. Dragon Whip Troll Chieftain Front. Oh, Lord of the Rings Troll. Nice. Heck yeah, man. I like these troll models. I like the trolls in the Lord of the Rings movies. I like the facial structure on them more than, you know, like long-nosed trolls. I didn't mind these at all. Very cool. I like this a lot. I'm really digging the leather and the straps that you got going on it. Very cool. Skin looks really cool, too. Great job. Great job. You have, you've done a great job, and I'm assuming it's only going to get better as you start highlighting your leathers and stuff, but a great job of keeping a muted palette and yet still getting a lot of very good eye candy on this model, transitioning from, you know, the lighter skin on the muzzle around the mouth versus that dark mass, right? But none of the colors have to be really like, wow, you know, super bright. You've done a great job, man. Looks good. Like that. Butt shot. Same model. Yeah, see, again, just the bone spikes coming up out of the wristbands and stuff. Very muted palette, but everything is visible, right? I can see the variation between leather and skin and fur. And I think once you get your final highlights on there, it's only going to do it even more justice. There you go. All right, I think I deleted it, so it's going to give us 404. Yes. Yay, I don't have to look at your freaking steak sandwiches, JP. You sent that to us on Facebook, too. I grabbed the computer away from Jen, and I was like, that's not Cheese Whiz! Those aren't Phillies! Liz was like, I made this off of some 4-star restaurant menu. Did we finish the Hulk? No. As a matter of fact, we didn't work on the Hulk after that first day, I don't think. Did we? Or no, we worked on the Hulk 2 days. He's still sitting here. I moved on to tanks on Friday. The tank we're painting today. UK Black Dragon, lava bases. Lava! Heck yeah, man. You know what's so awesome is the way that they're on your painting strip. That glow effect is so great. I mean, I know that goes away when you take them off the painting strip, but isn't that rad? Right? This shows you what you can do. Like this OSL effect that he's got just from his overspray on the bases shows you exactly how to do that on a model. A lot of people forget that that's, you know, this is what he's done here is exactly what you do to catch, you know, that OSL. Like if you're going to stand a model on here, you could airbrush just that same kind of yellow orangey overspray on the model and get that glow. Those look really good. Nice charred look and nice bright contrast. Awesome stuff. Walking turret, Avatar 414. This is a bitchin' model. I have seen this model. I don't remember where. This isn't like from a game range, is it? Isn't this one of like the third party model companies? I love this when I saw it. I was like, hell yes. This would make for a perfect count as like you know, like Space Marine Devastator Squad, right? Like in my Imperial Fists, I think this would be the kind of deal. Like mount the Sentinel style weapons on the side. They've got a Sentinel las cannon, they've got a Sentinel assault cannon, or a Sentinel autocannon, and they've got a Sentinel plasma cannon, right? But you could take those and mount them on the side of this dude's head, right? And have these be your heavy weapon teams as opposed to having to have standard Marines. Since I'm running a big AdMech contingent, I've been looking at ways to do that. So I don't have a heavy weapon squad, and these guys actually look pretty cool. You're working on green stuff, and you guess you had to smear on your thumb when you picked up the Airbrush Space Marine. Totally green stuffed his left leg. Oh, yeah, you can just get a toothbrush and some water. Or maybe not a toothbrush, maybe just a paintbrush and some water, and you can get it off there if you act quick. Polish site. Yeah, exactly, Avatar. Imperial Fist Kill Team. See? Great minds think alike. Awesome. Freaking awesome. Yeah, this would be great. I love this model, though. It makes perfect sense. It's like a little, like, 3-legged claptrap with an assault cannon on it. Freaking bitchin'. I love that model. Great job on the yellows, too. One more refresh. I can't remember if it was like... God, I can't remember who it is. I don't think it's Cromlech. So... I don't remember who makes them. Good stuff. Let me go ahead and approve these. Getting old and forgetful. Alrighty. Back to painting. Alright, so what we want to do now, that we're done with our main airbrushing, is we want to start looking at dry brushing. Okay? Because all of our shadows are really nice. I don't think I'm going to have to go back in and do a lot of shadow addition on this guy. I don't feel like that's going to gain us much. But what I want to do is start dry brushing the entire thing with a brighter yellow than what we've used already, right? So I can use, I want to make sure I put away this yellow ochre and this golden brown that I've been showing you guys, because I will screw that up and I will come back and use that again. And that would be very bad. Let's think about this. We could try it with just the yellow RLM that we just airbrushed, because as we go on with a dry brush, it will be more opaque. We can see if that's going to pick up the way I want. I don't think it's going to, though. We might have to blend a little bit here first. Yellows are tricky because if I go, like I can't just go from yellow RLM to medium yellow. These aren't in the same spectrum of yellow, even though the bottles may make it seem like they are. They aren't natural highlights for one another. This one's a little too orangey to come back up. It's almost at the same value one to the other. It's just that this one looks brighter because of its orange content versus the regular yellow. So I think we'd just be adding in another hue of color by dry brushing this and not brightening it up. And what we want to try to do is pick up some of our initial dirty edge highlights with a dry brush right now. We will still edge highlight with a brush as well, but I want to make sure we pick up a little bit of brighter color there. And I think that if I go to the golden yellow, we might be foobar. Not sure I want to go quite that bright. Let's try it. Fearlessness. It's just a dry brush for shit's sake. Right? Right? Come on. How bad could you mess this up, Fuse? Seriously. Please remind me I said that in about 15 minutes as I'm throwing this model through the window, people. If you would, please. Blocks. Blocks to remind, please. AP Gray demands that, like, or is like serious about wishing that this Imperial Fist army is his. So we have to keep reminding him that that is not the case yet. That is not quite the case yet. All right, where is a large dry brush? I thought I had like a.
Hey, somebody likes us.
I do. I have El Tanko Brusho. Sprat. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. Bricktone, I see your message. I will definitely contact you after the stream. It might be a little later this evening. I am West Coast time this part of the year. I'm in Arizona. It might be a little later. I have a one-on-one tutorial with one of our viewers right after the stream at 5 p.m. Pacific today. So it might be a little later tonight when I get back to you, but I do see your message. Thank you much. Chaos for life, Zydlik. I've got word bearers too. So we'll see. All right, so we're going to use just a heavy tank brush for this. So we're going to be using up a lot of material. That's the only bitch of it. I wonder, I don't think I have any, I don't want to use cheap craft paint anyway. I was going to say, I wonder if I have any cheap craft paint I could use. That would be bad. So I'll do that.
Hey, somebody likes us.
The Striker, welcome. Thank you for the follow. All right, so with this tank brush, we're just going to load it up with paint on the palette here. Basically across the edge. If you dry brush, you know the drill. Just load it up. Then we're going to knock it all off on this paper towel. Basically just come back in and make sure there's not a lot of pigment still on the brush. Then I'm going to test it on this opening right here. I'm basically just going to see if that brightness is what I'm looking for. Since this opening gets covered by the radar dish, I'm just kind of flicking it on there so I can get a feel for the color that we see. Not bad. Actually not bad. Pretty bright. See if we can... I'm not going to use this brush. This brush is going to waste too much paint. Next on the vehicle and terrain brush. They intend from Army Painter for you, I think, to paint with this brush, like actually slop paint on it. It's great for terrain. That's what I use it for. Painting buildings and stuff mostly. It's just too wide to do efficient dry brushing on these smaller areas. So I'm going to back away from my initial plan here and go with a wedge. Thought I had a wedge dry. It has fallen on the floor. Oh, there it is. Fantastic. Yay! Finded it. All right, so we're going to go with this. This is a dry brush. It's a large dry brush. Again, the Wargamer brushes from Army Painter. If you are interested in the tools that I am using. All right, same thing. Load it up. A dry brush really doesn't work until it has been loaded with paint, meaning that, you know, the first time that you put the paint on the brush and wipe it off, it might not do much. You got to really get paint throughout the bristles. All right, so it doesn't look like there's anything on there right now. Right, but I'm just going to come in and start carefully doing this top edge here on this door. I'll rotate the tank and do these hinges. I've barely got any paint on at all, so it's only catching the top area of those hinges. The more I go after it, the brighter those become. Okay. I get a really nice bright buildup on those hinges. Kind of a metallic because I'm only going from one direction, right? Notice how I was never doing the brushing both ways. Just go in one direction, pulling the paint down. I'm only getting that highlight on one side of these hinges, which gives it kind of a metallic feel. Let's get this edge here, just across the door. Again, just pulling down across that edge of those panels. Same thing on this inset here. I just kind of want to dab the dry brush at these doors. This one we're not as worried about. We're going to line highlight those door edges, but it also allows me to get these rivets, start popping those up. So you can start seeing how we're highlighting gradually. These panel edges we go after a little bit, but we're going to get that with the edge highlight on the brush. Right? Same thing with these sawtooth edges here. So we're going over like basically just our bigger details. You can start pulling those up, but you can see immediately how those hinges start popping. Same thing over here. Going over the high part of this dome a little bit too. I don't want to dry brush too much because I don't want that texture to build up on our nice paint much, but I just want to grab these rivets. Here as well. By 5 card out and not use this paper towel. Tearing and shredding the paper towel and getting all that paper towel shit. Notice how I'm pulling the same direction across this surface so that everything that I'm highlighting is highlighting from the same direction. These little things highlight, everything's highlighting your left to your right. And you want to continue to do that across the model. So anytime I'm going to highlight anything on this upper section, I don't even know if these pieces back here are going to be yellow, but I'm just going to go ahead and grab them right now anyway. I'm probably going to wind up painting them some other color. Like these little antenna and all that. Grab one of my cards real quick. I suggest not using a paper towel when you're dry brushing. I suggest getting yourself, I use these 5x7 cards. Right, they're just like note cards. I prefer to use those. Because when you go to clean your dry brush off, it won't shred it. So you're not going to pick up all that extra paper towel that you probably saw, like chunks of paper towel coming out. Oh, Charles! Thank you for the bits. I missed it. Mom, Koenig, we don't speak that language here, my friend. I wish we did, but we don't, so. Welcome. But we don't know how to talk to you. Picked up, or is that? Why is my phone doing that? Shut up, phone. So again, I'm just gonna lightly grab these edges. Damn gun. Right in my way. A little bit of this edge. So again, I'm gonna get most of that with the actual brush. Not have to worry about dry brushing it. I can kind of putz around in these rills. Well, start to see how we're picking up again hinges, these little blocks that stick up, you know, all these little areas. Just setting up for a little bit of highlight later. This yellow is working out pretty well. I was a little afraid of it, but I dig it. Here. Go ahead and catch the front of these light housings. Again, just working at kind of a 45-degree angle to the edge and only coming at the edge from one direction. Right? So as I'm coming back up, I'm not touching the model, only on the downstroke. Taking along all these hard edges here. Pretty much one of the only things you'll ever see me dry brush. Some of you are out there thinking, oh my god, Fuse is dry brushing, catch this on film. I never dry brush. Right? It's a technique that when you first learned it as a painter, you were blown away. You're like, oh my god, it's like witchcraft. Best thing I've ever experienced in my life. And then you immediately, well, at least me, I immediately realized that dry brushing is only good for about 2 or 3 things. And one of those things is tanks. The other thing is fur. The other thing is dirt. Tanks, fur, and dirt. Only thing you'll ever see me dry brush pretty much. Again, this freaking gun is in the way. Kind of fudge this and come at it from a direction on its end. And I really want to. Just a nice highlight. If you can start catching the edge highlighting that's popping in, right, along these edges here. Keep it kind of rough. Ugh. Wood? Yeah, I suppose wood. You can do it with wood. Tree trunks, that's a good one. Anything like wood, rock, fir, I guess natural elements like terrain, brick, stuff like that would work too. Right? Just not many things that you find on actual models, I guess is the way that I would state that. But yeah, definitely right. Wood's a good one. Stone, fir, tanks. And tanks, it's literally like I'm doing right now. You know, I'm doing it first, and then I'll come back and edge highlight these same edges. But because the irregularity of dry brushing will give me an inconsistent edge, right? Then when I go back and line in, I can just do, I don't have to line this whole panel in and make it like Tron, right? I can just pull like the brightest spots, right? And then the dry brush takes care of the rest, is kind of the point there. I'll hold this open so I can get this bottom edge a little bit better. Right, like that.
Hey, somebody likes us.
Probably. Bobo Cannon, what's going on? Thank you for the follow. Sorry, I'm being kind of quiet here as I'm trying to figure out where to do this. I don't want to overdo it with the dry brush, but I kind of want to make sure I get like areas up here. This windshield, I'm just kind of swiping at the windshield. Get a little bit of edge highlight. That'll save me some hassle going in there with a brush. Right. Underneath. I can just get it to catch a little bit of the edge of those windshields and the windshield wiper up in there. I don't know how I'm going to paint those windows. I haven't really thought this through very well on that part. Might just paint them like that by not painting them, damn it. Edge. Scratches on. You'll waste a ton of paint dry brushing. That might be one of the reasons why I hate it so much, is it's such a waste. Right. That, and you just have to be careful because it puts a texture on everything. Going after it with very short strokes right there. Only really catching the corner. I don't want to pull yellow paint onto any of these flat surfaces around here if I can avoid it. Very, very little. We're just stabbing at the model in this one location right along the line. One direction only, like I said. Do that. Let's get the back area. And it's boring. I'm coming up with 50. Here's 50 reasons why dry brushing is not a great thing. There's a bunch that, well, I don't know. Are there a bunch that make it a great thing? Great, because it's a very, very quick way to pick out details on a model. I ain't gonna lie. When I first found out about dry brushing, it was one of those things where I was like, hell yeah, life saved. And then I immediately stopped doing it. I overdid it for a while, and then I immediately kind of stopped doing it. Because it just eats up so much paint. Not very exact. Tough to make it work the way you want to. An invisible bottle, yeah, right. My ginger beer is in a green, like Heineken style bottle. But I'm really in love with this kind of. It's my version of soda pop. I don't drink sodas, and this is kind of really good. Finished your Imperial Fist army, nice. The mellow yellows. Oh yeah, we're doing. This is Imperial Fist as well. Obviously, we're doing a 30k army of Imperial Fist, even though this is a 40k Rhino, and with a large AdMech contingent. So we've got Domitars and Thalaxes and all sorts of crazy AdMech stuff, and then of course we've got regular dudes as well. So my guys are all first company veterans, so we've got a lot of black and yellows working on them as well. So it's really just a matter of getting these yellows kind of in. I've been doing, we started this Domitar in a one-on-one tutorial with one of our viewers, JP Gray, to show chipping and airbrushing metallics, or not metallics, but on metal models, and doing like panel shading and things like that. So you can see how we're working the yellows up the same, from golden browns into our brighter yellows, and breaking it up. This guy we used a bunch of chipping solution on so we could chip the paint back off. Show that as a great way to do weathering, where you don't have to waste a lot of time going back and painting. We are going to go back and paint a lot of the scratch detail on. We didn't use any chipping solution on the tank, which I normally would, but because we were doing it as a tutorial workup with the airbrush, it was going to take a lot longer, and it's a different process in your head when you have to think about the terms of going through and using a chipping solution on such a broad area. So it was kind of a give and take. I wanted to be able to do chipping solution on this, but it's not a killer that we didn't. Ultimately, it's not gonna ruin the tank at all. Painting your chips on and all that is just as viable a solution. It just takes longer to get it exact. A little bit more edge pickup on this top area. Right back we got good. Okay, sides again, same thing. Want to kind of bring it down across these vents so we can pick up that whole area a little bit. Teeth, although we're probably going to chip the hell out of these teeth, because that would be where they hit the ground. So if there's any bare metal or anything around, it's going to be right on those. Right. If nothing else, doing this gives you a really good setup for what we call paint by numbers, right? If you just take time to do this dry brush over your areas consistently, not load up the model with too much paint, then what you'll get is a situation where it'll tell you where to go back and do your line highlighting and focus all your line highlighting, you know, because you're able to keep your brush strokes going left to right like we're doing. So it'll say, okay, well, I know this edge, this edge, this edge, this edge, when I go back and I line highlight all this in, right? So I can be a lot more specific with my brush. So it's just, on tanks, it's a great thing to do. I'll never lie to you and say that, you know, you shouldn't ever dry brush. It's great for situations like this, but I'm never going to leave like the dry brush being the only edge highlight on anything I do, because it is messy. It does take, you know, and add a lot of texture to the model. So it's just kind of not the thing that in the long run makes sense to be your only highlight. But it does a good job of setting it up.
Well, huzzah, huzzah.
Huzzah,
I'll just
huzzah.
throw back my legs and pollute my britches with
Who dat?
delight.
Harry Dog, thank you so much for the sub. Welcome. Enjoy those emotes. Thank you so much with Twitch Prime, too. Twitch Prime is such a great deal. Every month, a free sub to a streamer of your choice. And you can migrate that sub around every month. I think it's the best thing. One of the best things Twitch has done in a long time. Great, great deal. Thank you so much for choosing to use your monthly Prime sub with us. Welcome, welcome. Glad you found us. All right, I'm pretty good there. I don't feel like I need to do a whole lot more. I think you guys get it. Right? The goal is just to set the model up, show you some highlights, get the heavy edges, right, starting to pull out, and we're going to go back with this exact color and start edge highlighting all of this in. So and this will start helping that yellow pop even more, because as you airbrush, of course, you get very soft transitions. They're what we love. It's why we airbrush, right? But you want to pull out these panel lines and be able to get the details to start popping and not have it look too fake, right? So the care that we have to take when we edge highlight anything is making sure that we don't just, square off every panel, trace every line. Number one, it takes too long. It's a waste of your efforts. Number two, it looks like Tron, glowing Tron spacesuits. We try to avoid that at all costs. But a brush. It is something that must be done. Bobo, you say you've been putting off painting Sigmund since you want his armor to be more goldish, either a non-metallic yellow or a really pale yellow gold. Any tips? The big key anytime you want to try to do Jason dry brushing, Kenny's like, he's going to go tell everybody. The biggest key to remember if you're going to be doing bright yellows with high contrast, like metal lacquered plates, things like that, is to be thinking contrast all the time. So for my yellows, my non-metallic golds, I will always go in with, say, what do I have here that's painted non-metallic gold right now? Got these guys. This is not going to be as bright as you're going to want on your Sigmund, probably, but it'll exaggerate and show what I'm looking to tell you. Okay, if you look at these little Dark Age Kawatlamaks that we're painting, we did what I wanted to be kind of a painted metallic gold on the stomach. Not like shiny actual metal gold, but like a painted, okay? And so you have to keep that high contrast. So what you're seeing here is burnt umber, right, which is a very dark color, right? So burnt umber is a very, very nice deep reddish brown, okay? And that's a great color for all of your yellow metals and all your yellows, if you're trying to get that non-metallic feel to them or that lacquered plate, right? So it's still going to have some shine to it. Is that you want a really deep contrast. You want a dark on there. A lot of the mistake that people make is they never go dark enough. They go really bright with the yellows, and sometimes then in order to compensate for not going dark enough, you find yourself going up to white on yellow, which isn't always a bad thing, but you have to do it in minuscule amounts. And if you find yourself trying to pull your yellows up really bright with whites or ivories, then what the real problem is you didn't go dark enough. And so start with something like burnt umber. That's what we've got here. So we put this burnt umber in. And then on these guys, we worked up with like a more orangish brown, which is like plague brown, or what is this called? Parasite brown. So we went to parasite brown. You would probably pick like a golden brown over the parasite if you want to keep it in the range, of what we've been doing. So you can use golden brown here as well. You'd lose a little bit of that sunset orange feel that's in these guys, and you'd be setting yourself up to go more towards yellow. Then to yellow ochres. Then to bright yellows. The same way we painted this tank, but we didn't do the burnt umber on this. So we don't have those deep, dark spots. We just have very dirty spots, right? But nothing goes to super dark. And so because it's not super dark, you don't get the shiny transition that you want. Here, you go and you work up through your yellows, and then you finally hit it to where you can see how I've got this is ivory. That is I'm never using white on this, but with the ivory, you can see how by picking out just those tips, right? Little bitty spots with a little flick of the brush. Now everything starts to have that sheen to it, right? A little bit of edge highlight, right? Even in the darkest areas, you want a little bit of that edge to be popping off of there. so that it gives each panel of the armor a little bit of edge sheen, like it's been banged against something, or that the sun's glinting off of it just barely in the shadows. So, you know, that's the key towards non-metallics. Now, I can sit here and tell you this, but until you actually see it and do it for yourself, it becomes the hardest thing ever. And we do a lot of it on this channel, so you'll see me do non-metallics all the time. There's a lot of process to it. There's a lot of glazing. In this case, this is literally 100% airbrush and then edge highlights with a brush. So there's no glazing on this guy at all. And that's what I was trying to accentuate, is that you don't have to. But if you're going to do that, like with my airbrush, I had to spend a shit ton of time getting all of my shadows done right. This is the same model on this guy with all of the shadows and midtones done with airbrush. So it's 100% airbrush like this, and then the only difference between these two models is the line highlights that I've brought in. So it depends on if you're airbrushing or if you're brushing. If you're brushing, you tend to want to use more glazes so you don't have to spend so much time with these transitions. Right? But it's the contrast that makes this pop. It's the fact that I've got that ivory sitting on top of burnt umber that really makes that underbelly look like metallic. Right? And you just have to get in your head and start learning how much bright versus how much dark makes sense for this particular spot on a model. I'm trying to think if I've got anything. Oh, here's. So here we started setting up the beginnings of a non-metallic gold on an arm plate, and I apologize, we didn't get very far because we were having tons of stream problems the night we were trying to do this. So we were showing people how to start setting up with your non-metallics, both for silver and for gold. And on the gold, you can see how I'm going very, very bright yellow. So this would be more your Imperial Fist Sigsamen kind of thing. But I've got that burnt umber line right there. Burnt umber sitting right next to ivory. Again, very bright, very dark. That gives that metallic sheen, and that's right at the curve in the armor, right? And then as I start setting it up as it goes in, you have that same sheen look. So it looks very bright, like the sun's glinting off of it right here. You've got kind of a horizon line build up going on. And then it falls into shadow one direction and falls up ultra bright in the other direction, right? So that's how you start getting that variance, so it starts looking like a metallic. That's if you wanted to really have it be like a gold or like a really polished metal plate. I wish I had something that had a bigger area on it so you could see, but that's the key. Hopefully that makes some sort of sense. If you keep coming back and hanging out with us, I will be doing those, and you'll see a day where that's all we do. So I don't guarantee when that is, but it happens all the time around here. Rob, what's going on? It's a cat take. Spiky the bitch, did you get your damn hat? Rob, did you get your hat? For crying out loud. Did you get your damn hat? Y'all need some chaos up in here. I painted a word bearer not too long ago. That has to count. And yesterday in a tutorial, right, we built some Nurgle stuff. That's got to count for something. I actually took a Loyalist Marine Terminator and converted him into Chaos. So I think I'm doing all right. I didn't go buy a Chaos model. I did the work, man. I put in the Nurgle work. No hat. Rip. Male hates you. The male hates you. Fucking Kenny, I would have used flash gifts. Because that's the only yellow you have. Jeez. Invent a Tron game with a touch panel tabletop. Ooh, that would be bitchin', right? So as you move on the bite dude, it draws a line behind you that blows up everybody else's model. That'd be so good. That would be so good. Yeah, no problem, Bobo. Anytime, that's what we do here. Why am I shaking up this? I nearly went to burnt umber. That is not the color we want. We want gold and yellow. What we're going to do is we're going to focus on doing some line highlights on here. It's just like line highlights that we do anywhere. The process is the same. We showed you guys last week working on the Coatli's wings, right? And how we went through the process of bringing our line highlighting up to get that metallic sheen on here. Same kind of thing we were just talking about, needing contrast in order to make shine look like shine, right? So we have very deep mahogany on here, and then we work mahogany ivory, and then ivory bright dots, right? So that ivory starts popping and makes it look like it's glinting. Same thing here. Ivory you'll hear all the time around here. You know, same thing on the scratches and on the feathers on the green part of the wing, right? We take scorpion green, we start mixing it with ivory to get a mid-tone, and then pure ivory eventually at the tip, right? So you go from super dark to super bright and get that kind of sheen that you're looking for. And that's what we'll do across the tank. The difference with a tank is that you've got a big, large, flat spot that the sun is hitting all the time. Bang. So you're not going to paint it that way. If you did, you'd have big, washed out, bright spots on this. Like if the sun was at noon, right, 12 o'clock shining down on the top of this tank, there'd be a whole area of this tank that looked white, right? And you don't want to paint it that way. It looks silly on the tabletop. So you fake it, right? And so we're just going to bring on all of our edge highlighting and make it seem like it was really like in a garage with the lights on in a garage as opposed to out in the sunlight. Something like this with a wing, we can pick a direction and then everything, all of the detail follows that directional like this. So everything's getting, highlighted top to bottom and gives it a real uniform look. The tank doesn't have that. We've got slats that run left to right. We've got stuff that runs vertical down the length of the tank. We've got all sorts of angles. And so you really just have to kind of pick. Because of our dry brush angle went left to right, that's how we're going to edge highlight things. Right. Again, I'm going to work pretty wet. We're just going straight golden yellow, same color we just dry brushed. But I'm going to load my brush up with water before I go into it because it's a game color, it's a model color. Very thick pigment. We don't want to get too nuts. But I'll just start taking it and tightening up that area where I went through with the dry brush. Right? Just start. The dry brush told us where to paint. And set up our cheat sheet. And so now what we do, just come back in. And follow that cheat sheet. It's that easy. Grab right along where the dry brush was thickest along this hinge. Tighten that up. Thing here. And you can choose to do as much or as little of this as you want, right? It's your tank, you do it. If you're trying to get 12 of these on the table fast, you probably just dry brush and go, right? Because I've only got 2 rhinos in this entire army. One of them is this command rhino. I'm going to spend, and because the whole army is going to be ridiculous, I'm going to spend time on the rhino. So. But that's your choice. Again, notice I just popped those spots where the dry brushing sat on the model. Follow right along. Keep picking it up so it's like I want it. Now you get a nice glow on those hinges. All our airbrush work still stands for something. We didn't sink it all the way. You can do the same thing. You can come back in here and you can, because the dry brush on these rivets, you just hit the left side of the rivet as well. Popping those more. I'm using a number 2 or number 1. Number 1 Windsor Newton Series 7 right now for those errors. On this, I'm just going to catch this edge of these doors. Sawtooth. Notice how I'm not doing the entire sawtooth. Your first inclination might be to trace this entire sawtooth. Don't do it. Right? Don't do it. You'll be much more impressed with yourself if you just go in and do these small areas. Also be impressed with yourself if you actually clean your brush and the paint flows off of it. Just saying. Just saying there, Fuse. Getting lazy. Catching those edges there. Right now, if you want to, like if you want to take that another step, if that's, if it's too plain for you, come in on this corner here and just edge that corner a little bit. Just come down the edge a hair. Like so. You want to add a little bit more depth to it. The key is just to not connect all that. Because if you just go, it just starts looking like Tron. Right? Whereas this starts looking like a good irregular edge. And notice how all of a sudden that whole door is different. Just with a little bit of work. Hey, Big Bob, what's going on, man? BT Headshots. Thanks so much for the lesson regarding this tank. Hell yeah, man.
Donate $5 to the cause, and maybe it'll make you feel better.
BT, I love to hear it, man. To a fellow fister, Bobo, thank you so much. Coming in hot with $10. Hype it up for Bobo. Thank you, my friend. A fellow fister. I love it. I love it. Kenny, VIP bronze. You're a mod, dude. Thank you so much. 33 bucks. 33 bucks. Almost there. What do we got? What does that make it? 16 something? You guys get a wheel spin? For those of you that might be new here and don't know what it is, the down along the bottom, you've got what is called critical mass.
Received from Bobo_Kanan. To a fellow fister.
Fellow fister. She said it. To a fellow fister. That's awesome. That critical mass ticker down at the bottom is our giveaway ticker. So every 50 bucks we do a giveaway on our wheel. And it's got some really good stuff on it right now. We've got St. Celestine. We've got each of the units out of the triumvirate are on there right now. We've got the custom slow fuse dice bag is still up there. It comes complete with a pound of Chessex dice, for crying out loud. Get your own bomb snail dice. That things are freaking crazy. The wheel hates you people because it has not given anybody a dice bag. And I even put the dice bag up on there twice, by the way. That greaten everybody's chances and still nothing. Lining those in. Now the cool thing and the reason why you go ahead and take the time to dry brush is because each of these things now has a little bit of highlight on the backside from the dry brush, and you're strengthening it on one edge, right? So everywhere where I'm strengthening one edge, there's another slight glow edge left over from the highlight on the dry brush. So it's like doing double duty work and not forcing you to do it all with the brush. Because if you had to do every single line on this tank with the brush, you'd probably want to just go jump off a bridge. Just saying. Alright, so here, what I want to do is, looks like the dry brush kind of caught the top edge, so I'm going to do that. I'm only going to pull it about halfway down. Again, because these vents are some sort of exhaust or, you know, air vent from inside, whatever it is, you think they'd be clogged with like some amount of dirt and grime. I'm not going to make like the edge completely shiny all the way. I kind of pull it about halfway.
Hey, somebody likes us.
Hey! Curious Big Moose! Hey, Big Moose! The Curious Big Moose. Careful. Curiosity killed the moose. Welcome, thank you for the follow. I'm not too wet there. Back edges. We're way too wet. Just had a few. That. So again, just adding in enough of a glow. Remember, our glow on this tank from our dry brush direction is what set it up, and we came and we pulled our dry brush left to right. So anytime I've got a right-facing edge, meaning an edge that's to the right of a grill like this that faces left, our dry brush would have picked that up had we done it that way, right? Iceman, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome, everybody. You know, so we go ahead and we paint these small edges here and then a little bit on this, and it gives us a nice contrast across those grills. Right? As opposed to like this one here that hadn't been done yet, right? Just notice the difference. Alright. Those, we got those. Let's get the side of this door here. Again, we don't want to do the entire side. We can probably just come from this corner. off. So, right on that corner and then leading it down the edge a little bit. Same thing we can do on this corner here. Pull back the other direction towards the center. Off. Quicker. And then we can catch a little spot in the middle too. Since it's such a long panel. We got a little bit brighter dry brush right in here in the middle, so I'm okay. I'm just going to follow that. Kind of barely come at it with the brush right in here. Being real timid. Overly timid right now, so I don't put a whole lot of paint anywhere else. And man up. More pressure in the middle, and then start lifting up as you want to tail it off. You want the line to kind of disappear. You want it to be thin at each end and thicker in the middle. So you just kind of light pressure, light pressure, and tail it off. Kind of breaks that line up. If you wanted to, you could go ahead and here, we don't care. We can fool around with it, play around with it, show you some different techniques. You could have between these two, you could come in and just kind of find an edge for a brief spot. Here and here maybe. And go a little bit perpendicular there. Almost as if there's a couple of little scratches or nicks in it. You can do that. I would suggest not doing this nick and scratch thing too much at this point. What you're really trying to do at this stage of the tank is set up all of your edge highlights. As you can tell just on the door and everything, it brightens up that area of the tank by doing these edges, right? So once you get the whole tank set up that way with the edge highlighting done, then you can go back in and paint fake scratches on because it'll give you a better picture. I'm always trying to tell people and guide you to not do too much in any one area of the tank until you can look at the whole tank in the same light. And I don't mean room light, I mean light like in your head, the light bulb going off. So once we get all of our edging done, we can sit back and we can look at it and we can say, okay, cool, this area is really bright, this area is a little darker, you know, this area's got too much flat with nothing going on, so maybe I'll add some scratches there. But to try to think about it right now, you're not working with a full picture. You don't know what the model is going to look like at the end of all this highlighting. So do the highlighting first. I would suggest doing your highlighting all the way up. We're going to do ivory next, okay? And so instead of, you know, pull all this yellow and then get carried away and say, okay, now weather damage, and throw it in there, and then you go back with your ivory, right? And you start highlighting all of that, including that battle damage,
maybe it'll make you feel
right?
better.
Richter Scale coming in with 20 bucks, my friend Richter. Thank you so much. You got us a wheel spin right out of the gates. But if you then go back with all that ivory, and now you've got lots of this yellow highlight on here, including scratches and dings and all this stuff you think is cool, and it looks cool in the yellow, you start putting the ivory on it, the ivory is going to pop it up to eye level, 1000, and now all of a sudden it's like, ooh, that's a lot. You know, that's almost too much. So again, take it slow, have that patience, do all your line edge highlighting, work up the tank, and then go back and say, okay, I'm going to pull up the ivory. Then when it's as bright as you really want it, look at it and say, okay, maybe I don't need any scratches. Maybe this is going to look perfect as it is. I doubt it. We'll add some scratches, but it'll help reel you back in as opposed to just, bah, and you just do too much, right? All right, we got a wheel spin. Let's do a wheel spin. Richter Scale, hugs and handies through the internet. All the support today has been fantastic. Tons of new follows, tons of new viewers. Hope everybody's enjoying themselves on this Sunday. Throw this, whatever that is, on the floor. I can't get into the trash can. Wicked, you got a drop pod in the gallery. Just wondering if you think you should do a dry brush like I did or just go straight to edge highlight. We'll take a look as soon as we get the raffle started, Wicked. So post-show, we will take a look. Let's do this now. This is the nice thing. We will go straight into raffles. Again, you guys are not familiar with our giveaway system here. It's called Critical Mass. and it allows us every $50. So on Friday, we had like 50 people all donate $1, instantaneously got a wheel spin, and somebody walks away with some really cool crap. Just the way it goes. Got
Hey, somebody likes
all
us.
sorts of neat stuff up there. Mugen Shipai, welcome. I hope I didn't just blow your name out of the water. Thank you so much for the follow. We get this giveaway set up real quick. Let me go over here to El Wheel Spino, and we got to make sure that that's gone. That. And ta-da. Yes, bingo. We good. We good to go. All right, so here it is. It's our raffle. It's just a keyword raffle. Everybody in chat gets to take part. All you have to do is follow the channel. That's it. That's all you got to do. It doesn't matter if you've donated to the channel, subbed to the channel, any of that. As long as you're a follower, you have a chance to win. Now for our VIPs, we run a VIP thing here rather than a currency schedule. So for everybody that donates or subs to the channel and puts forth that effort to help the channel survive, you get a level of VIP. You get VIP bronze just for a sub. And then as you work up through your donations through the quarter of the month, it keeps track of it. And eventually you can hit VIP gold. VIP golds get 4 chances to enter. Or 4 chances to win for every entry, and you only get 1 entry. Silver gets 3 chances, and bronze gets 2. But everybody gets a chance just by typing in the word. So let's go. You got 10 minutes on this raffle. We'll get that going. We will add all the silvers and golds, and then we will go in and add all the offline golds as well. As a gold VIP, right now you have the chance to win whether you are here or not. So congratulations ahead of time for all the winners. And let's go back and look at some whip. Got 10 minutes, guys. Exclamation point spin. Yep. Follow it in chat. You got it. Let's see how many people we got hanging out with us today. Got about 175 people. Fantastic. We should see 175 entries. Never get them. You guys break 100? 68 right now. All right. And let's look at some whip. Let me refresh this. Wicked said he put a drop pod up in here. What in the hell? All right. 10 Crusher. Imperial Knight bases. Bitchin' that. Like a dead knight on it. Hood's Gate. Team Cassius. Deathwatch. Do this one, delete the other. Oh man, really? I'll approve both of them. Do this one, delete the other. I already did the other two. Dang it. Alright, Wicked Wombat and his drop pod. That's looking pretty sick. Alright, let's flip. Done. So, 10 Crusher. Heck yeah, man. Oh, okay, they're not blown up. I'm just seeing the waist only with the magnet. Okay, fantastic. You've just got the feet mounted on there right now. Hell yeah, man. The biggest problem with Knights, right, is that the pose is so... I mean, it's a dynamic pose, but they're all the same, right? Because they didn't give us a knee joint to work with, you're a little limited in your stance. But I really like what you've done here, man. Just by putting the, like the blown up Land Raider tank track on there is fantastic. Great work. Hell yeah, man. This is an expensive Land Raider tank track too, isn't it? Or am I seeing that wrong? That looks like a Forge World tank track. Hopefully you bought China Forge for that. That's what the China Forge stuff is good for. Making terrain that looks very expensive. Dude, I'm really digging this. I like all the beat up crap on the base. These are going to look great, man. The great. Heck yeah. Good looking. Keep us posted on how that goes. I'm excited to see that. All right, Hood's Gate said don't look at this one, but I approved it anyway. Hood's Gate says look at this one. Kill Team Cassius. Deathwatch Marines. Dude, I'm digging them. Your flash is a little bright. I would suggest getting some backlighting for these guys because you're washing out some of your detail. I don't want to give you too much on them, but they look great. I've already seen these guys, so I know they're great, Hood's Gate. But I would suggest backlighting these. Get your table lamp or something shining behind them so that it throws the shadow out front. And then use your camera the way you are, because right now you're just washing out too much detail for me to really tell. Like here on this face, I'm only getting ultra darks and ultra brights. But I have already seen these, so I know how good they look. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. Have you played with them yet? Is this have you done your kill team? I'm assuming you're building them for kill team. I don't know how Deathwatch play on the field. Shadowcat, what's going on, my friend? Welcome back. 7 minutes on the raffle. Ditch the flash and increase the exposure time could happen. Could help too if you have that ability on your camera, for sure. Third-party bits, yeah, nice, nice, Tin Crusher. Smart man. All right, Wicked Wombat, let's take a look at your drop pod, your Mick drop pods here. Great airbrush work right off the gates, I can tell. Right, that blue looks fantastic. These are Space Wolf drop pods. Am I correct? Just judging by your blues and your yellows or golds, I would guess. I don't know if that's yellow or gold. It'd be gold. I think that's gold. All right, so you're asking whether or not you should dry brush or go straight to edge highlight. The thing that a dry brush does for you on a large flat surface is that because the dry brush pulls some texture from the edge, because it's not right, it's a manic method of paint, right? It's putting more material on the model than you would if you were being exact, but it's doing it in a manner to where if you really control it, you work with very, very little paint on the brush, like almost nothing on the brush, and you do it a couple of times over every edge. So you dry brush, you see the edge, you go back and put a little bit more paint on there, knock it all off, and then come back over that same edge and feather it again. Angle the model a little bit. What happens is that it starts pulling material, like say this edge right here. You're going to dry brush and not only give a little bright blue, you know, your blue that you airbrushed with last. You know, I would dry brush with that, and you're going to you're going to dry brush that right across his edge, so you'll see that edge poke. But it also actually puts a little bit of paint further out in both directions if you angle the model correctly. Not so much that you can see that, hey, I dry brushed, but it is going to make this line feathered. Right? So as opposed to if I just pull it with a brush, it's just a line, bang, and it's just, you know, there, and it has separation between the color to the left and to the right of it that's very exacting. On these big flat surfaces that we encounter with tanks and drop pods and whatever else you're painting, armor, even buildings with big walls around corners, is that sometimes you don't want that specific bang line, bang dark, bang light, right? So if you dry brush, it helps to feather that for the eye, so it's a little gentler when you do pull that line. That's what you're seeing me do with the tank right now. And that's why I take the time to do it. So I say generally, yes. What color you use is up to you. On this, I would basically go with whatever the brightest blue you've already airbrushed is and do it that way. Right? Because most of what you're going to be pulling lines into is the blue itself. And the only place that it's really going to matter is where you have this transition to the dark black from the entry exhaust and all that stuff. You know, and a little bit right in here. Right? So I would try that. And if it doesn't start popping this edge enough, then go one brighter. Make sense? But yeah, I would suggest it. And go ahead and dry brush. You might not have to on the reds, but I would definitely do it on all this, the blue. Right? Because the blue you've set up with a really dirty transition, so it's going to help you a lot. So that when you do drop a highlight line through that black, it doesn't just look like, bright line against black. I do it. Like I said, it's probably one of the only things I dry brush on 100% of the time in vehicles. There's a lot of times where I don't even do my stone bases and stuff. I don't even do any dry brushing. You know, you'll just catch me, you know, glazing and layering, doing my bases that way. But vehicles, I always dry brush. Just a habit. And it looks too good to not do it. Oh, lots of new stuff. Holy balls. Sapper Steve, first Death Watch. Crooked Letter. Heldrake, Emperor's Children. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. It's turquoise on a tire black base. Nice. Oh, Black Legion. All right, fantastic. Looks like Heresy. I don't know. For some reason on my screen, it looks like Space Wolf Blue. But either way, the story stays the same, regardless of what it is. JP, Golden Curry. Are you kidding me? I just approved that picture, JP. You bastard. What have I said about talking about food? You're not allowed to talk about food until like the last 15 minutes of the show, and that's not now. Black on Wings needs highlighted ropes for the bones and the base from Protalis. Digging it though. I like that peak on the wings. Studio 77 Arena Rex Medusa. Ah, yes. That's the one you said you were going to put up in the... Oh, yeah, you said you were going to put that up earlier. I don't think I saw it earlier. Sorry if I missed it. I don't think I did, though. Unless you meant maybe it was on there already from before. All right, Sapper Steve, first Death Watch. Let's take a look. Heck yeah, man. Hell yeah. I like the dusty blacks. I got to be honest with you, man. I really dig it. Right? This guy has seen combat. You know? I dig it a lot. The dusty blacks. I'm not getting the full picture, right? Because I can't see all the what looks like blues over on the side or grays maybe. Can't tell if that. Oh, this is the ultramarine, so that's a blue. But yeah, I dig it. Right? The greens are not. It may just be your photo, right? Or it could be that everything's done in very muted colors. And if so, then the only thing I would say to you, if it's not the photo, I'll set it up like this. If it's not the photo and it's just the muted colors that you've used, I would take some time to highlight this wreath around his head a little bit more, give a little bit of bright green to it, right? Leave everything else muted like you've got. Like the blue on the knee is great. It fades off into that black. You know, the dusty black with the silver looks really good. The golds coming out there look really good. The bone and all the other transitions, your reds look good. The only thing I would say is I really would want to see colors like this green not go against the black so monochromatic, right? I would want to see that green pop because you can imagine like it's a lacquered wreath and it's supposed to be royalty kind of thing. So that I might pop out just a little bit more. Other than that, man, this looks great. I love it. Okay, cool. Yeah, if it is the camera, then don't listen to anything I say. Snake Man, why would you do that? You just finished steaming shrimp. Why would you do that? I said this is not the time. This is not the time. Talking about food, you can make me hungry. I'm just going to turn the stream off. I'm tired. Gotta go eat. You're going to lose me. All right, Crooked Letter, Helldrake, Emperor's Children. I'm digging this. You can tell just from the thumbnail, I'm digging this with the cannon in the mouth. That green is freaking awesome. Hey, Kenny. Kenny, wake up. Stop fapping. Look at this. This Helldrake is bitching. Look at those purples and the golds and the green coming out. This is freaking amazing. I love it. I really, really dig this. And I love the mechanical underbelly here. I can't tell if that's still, if I might be seeing the purple, maybe glazed over grays in here, or it might just be the purple is, you know, being picked up by the camera and there's no purple there at all. Either way, that looks bitchin', right? Crooked Letter, Iron-headed help you with the greens. Nice. Yeah, it looks bitchin', man. That's awesome. Keep us posted on that one. I love all of it. I don't envy you having to do all that gold. See his face, JP? This is not the face of pleasure. Especially since we went to Trader Joe's today and they didn't have our Indian food that we normally get there. They've got really great like frozen Indian food that you can cook up, and we love that stuff. And they didn't have ours today. Left empty-handed. I mean, we've got other stuff. We've got other good stuff, but not a fan of your curry. Okay, Protala says black on wings needs highlighted. Ropes for the bones and the base. Yeah, man. Again, those pinks are freaking vibrant and bitchin'. The blue is looking great on the skin, pulled taut. Awesome. Awesome. A hell of a model, man. I really like this dragon. Is this that? Is this like the new Vampire Counts dragon? Is that one of theirs? I'm assuming. Because it looks like a bat. I dig it. Again, I like the greens. It's confusing me, right? Because I see your snake keyboard in the back. Rob finally using his adult brain cell. Thank you, Rob. Thank you, Rob. Terror Geist, Flesh Eaters, and Vamp Counts. Yeah. All right, cool. That's a bitchin' model, man. I love this thing. Awesome. I dig it. The blues are really looking. I like the highlights on the blue through the stretch stuff with the bones poking through the skin. Great looking model. The greens. Awesome. Dig it. Yep. Monkey Meeks, you might be too late. It just ended. It just ended. We got 94 entries in the wheel spin. We will pull that in just a second. Studio 77 Painting been asking about doing the sheer fabric. This Medusa miniature is fantastic, by the way. It's a lot of people I've been seeing paint it, and you know, one of the biggest issues that people have as they go through this sheer area is that they get it wrong, and down here too, right? Like right around the crotch area and then right around the chest. A lot of people get it wrong with how sheer fabric is going to work. Obviously, you're going to have your brightest color of your sheer fabric be where the skin is closest to it. And then it's going to be darker in the folds and in the spots where it pulls away from the skin because of that shading underneath. And you won't have any skin tone. So you won't see any skin tone in this flap down here at all. Judging from the thickness of the fold down here, not even down here, right? So you're not going to get sheer through any of this section here. You're going to get a little bit underneath the breast here, all these areas like where you see it actually laying on the skin right here in the nipple area. Not so much across the top because it looks like it's starting to wrinkle across the top. So you might have a little bit in the in-between folds here. But then, of course, nothing on the folds. Depending on what you pick for your sheer fabric color. Say if you're going with, what's your color going to be, Studio 77? Can you tell me that? This is Medusa, Kylex, from Arena Rex. It is a skirmish level game that is amazing. And it's all based around old Greco-Roman mythos. Really neat. I said nipple! The thing, man. Everybody's got them. Well, not everybody. Most people have them. Kirby Jerusalem. Just so you understand this correctly, you dry brush vehicles to create more subtle angled transitions between flat panels. Yes, I think you're saying what I'm meaning. You're using it so that your edge highlight fades a little bit to either direction without having to do that as a blend. You could obviously do it as a blend if you wanted to spend that time and never do the dry brush thing. And I'll show you as we get back to the tank what I'm talking about. But I think you got it. I think your head is taking you to the same place that I'm trying to describe. Hood's Gate, yeah, I looked at it. We can go back. Light purple? Okay, Studio 77. So if you're going to do a light purple, then what's going to wind up happening is your purple is going to get darker as it folds up underneath itself. Because the sheer fabric, because it's translucent, it works just like when we're glazing paint. The more layers you put together, the darker it gets. Even if the sheer fabric is a pink, if you layer it up, if you were to fold it all up over itself into a small ball, it would be a very dark pink. Even though when you unfold it, it's very light because it's translucent, right? And that's where most people fall flat on their faces doing sheer fabrics, is that it is letting more light through it, whether it's the density of the weave or whether it's some material that it's made out of, like cellophane, or whatever it is. Some reason it's allowing more light to pass through than the tint of the color is registering. So what you would do is treat it like every time there's a fold, like right here coming off of her breasts, right? These would be darker purple, right? Not too dark, but darker than the purple that's right here, right? And so that's what I mean by the brightest areas, or the lightest color of purple is going to exist up here on the skin. And so you want to paint this model fully like it was naked, okay? And paint the skin, paint the nipple on here, paint the breast with the cup of the breast shaded the way you want it to be. Same over here. And paint it as if none of this fabric existed would be my suggestion. And that's going to be tough. And you don't have to paint like the high wrinkles if you don't want to, right? You can just paint the low stuff that's at the skin level, but paint it as if there's no fabric on it. That way you get all of your skin transitions shut up, your shades are correct, because the sheerness of the fabric is going to let a lot of light through it, right? So the body would be highlighted almost as if there was no fabric there at all. Then as you go back and you start glazing over that skin with that light purple, right, it will just tint all of these features with purple. But what really brings it alive is making sure that anywhere the fabric goes over itself, like in these folds, that you glaze it 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, start building up that purple so it gets deeper and deeper and deeper as you layer it, so that areas like this part of the cloth right here will be darker purple, right? And it'd be light purple as it touches the skin. Here on the chest, right? One of the best things to do is go Google wet t-shirt. Seriously. Wet t-shirt contest stuff, exactly what you're trying to do. Most of that'll be white t-shirts, but just replace the white and the grays that you're seeing that come out of that with your purples in your head, right? As far as those transition goes. And that's what you're looking for, right? And you won't do like the wet splotches, obviously, but that's one of the best methods for looking at this. Pasty holder. Right? So yeah, so like where you've got folds right here, you'll have a deeper purple, but then it'll go to very light across the top of this entire breast because there's very few folds here. Right, and then you've got your nipple right here. You can tell because that's where all of the folds come together, right? So you've got nipple line right here, So you'd want to paint that a little bit darker, only because the nipple color will contrast a little bit more, right? And then you just replace and do. I'm sorry, I don't have my cursor in the same spot. Nipple area right here, right? But across the top of this entire breast would be lighter purples, except for this little wrinkle, that little wrinkle, and then as you go up into the shoulder area, right? And here, as the wrinkles start to combine on each other, you'll start getting darker purple, and it'll fall to just being lighter right as it touches this. That's the golden rule. If it touches the skin, it's lighter, right? And then as it touches itself, right, because the wrinkles are really it doubling up and touching the fabric touching itself, then you'll paint that darker. Both on top and on bottom. See, that's another thing you got to realize. These wrinkles here, you'll want to have them have that highlight, but the top of this wrinkle will even be darker than the fabric sitting flat on the flesh. That makes sense? So here's your lightest purple on the top of the breast where it's sitting flat to the flesh. Here's your next stage purple, which is the highlight on the top of the fold. And then your dark purple will be the underside of the fold and any of these areas that are underneath on top of itself. So hope that helps. Yeah, the face is the same exact thing, though. You just paint it and paint it as if the fabric isn't there, right? And then you're just going to have to go in these vertical stripes and lighten it up and darken it up. Like, here's a fold that sits off the skin. That's darker. Here's one, and then the folds that are inside sitting on the skin are lighter. Here, darker coming off the bottom of the nose, obviously darker at the bottom of the nose, which will happen naturally because you'll paint the face as if there's no fabric, and under the nose is going to be shaded. So you just paint it as if it's not there. Paint it as if she has this helmet, right, her mask, right? And then just go back and glaze over it. Fearless, man. Be fearless. You can do it. Yeah, the purple will contrast with the gold for sure. Your reason, sweetie, serious. Sophie's told me to. I'm not staring at nipples. Yeah, the Arena Rex models really are beautiful models. Unfortunately, a lot of times they're sculpted in such detail that a lot of times their weapons are undoable. Like, you can't pin them and they break all the time. That's the only problem I have with the models. They're great models, great sculpts, great dynamicism to them. It's just that sometimes the weapons, because they've sculpted them at realistic scales, and that's always a bad thing in miniature. That's why War Machine and Warhammer and all that, the swords are bulky and big, because that keeps them together and keeps them from breaking. That's the only problem. Idea for the eyes, same thing. You don't have to worry about necessarily painting the eyes unless you're going to have them glowing. You can just paint dark. You know, as you just paint the eye socket dark skin tone like you normally would, shade it as if it was skin tone, and don't worry about the actual eye itself. The eye would be shadowed from the fabric generally. You won't see the whites of the eyes, you won't see the pupil, none of that. You can just do the shading in there. Because I think if we dig in here and look, right, I don't think it's going to matter much. Yeah, I don't think, like, this pupil's even got a fold in front of it, so there's not going to be anything there. So yeah, just paint this eye like you normally would. The eyelid's going to be a little bit lighter. The inside of the eye socket's going to be darker. Same thing. And then just paint the fabric color over it. Don't worry about pupil or anything like that. None of that's going to show through. My opinion. This one over here looks like they're trying to have the pupil sitting with the fabric right on it, but that's a bad sculpt. Like, that makes it look like the fabric actually goes inside of her eye. That would not happen. It would sit on top. So I would paint it as if it was sitting on top. Like, the fabric, unless it was wet, isn't going to, like, stick to the eye and go inside there. It's actually going to hang sheer from the brow, and because of the nose pushing the fabric out, it might drape a little, but it's going to stand off the eye the whole thing, especially with eyelashes and stuff. So it would never sit right against the eye. So I would just shade it and be done. The only other thing I can say is good luck, my friend. That's a hell of a model. I love it. All right, let's give some stuff away. We got a wheel spin coming up. All right, we had exactly 94 entries, and I think I brought the drum over here. I'm smart. All right, so we got one winner coming out of this one, and it is Bobo Cannon. Are you kidding me? Shows up, gets bronze. Welcome to the team, my friend. A win for you today. Congratulations. I love it when we get new people winning on the wheel. I love it when everybody wins on the wheel. But Bobo, congratulations. You're about to get some cool free stuffs. Bobo, you probably haven't been here to see how this works, have you? I don't think you've seen this. Are you out there still? Let me know. Hype it up for Bobo. He's there. Whoop, whoop, he says. All right, Bobo. So here's the deal. Winning here is kind of an awkward situation. Mostly for you. Because first win of the day especially gets not only the awkward man stare through the camera, which I need you to get very close. I need you to be right here with me. The anticipation of what's about to happen on this wheel cannot be expressed in words alone. I have to actually give you the awkward man stare. And unfortunately for you, the first wheel spin of every day not only gets the stare, you get the awkward wink too. Ah, you saw it. That's for good luck. A little bit of butt touching going on. Let's see who wins. Watch right here at 9 o'clock on the wheel. This is where you're going to win, right over here. Watch the arrow. What am I seeing? What am I seeing? There goes some Yo-Dogs, some Space Marines, a Tal Devilfish, some Kurnoth Hunters. That's a hell of a win right there. Age of Sigmar Kurnoth Hunters, my friend. Congratulations. Congratulations. He has not seen this. There you go. See? See? You deal with some awkwardness, the man stare, the wink, and look! You get cool free stuff. Popping the cherry rocket chicken got it right. Congratulations, my friend. What you need to do now is I will go in and type the magic word. The magic word is winner. Bobo, follow that link to winner@slowfusegaming.com. You'll send an email to that address. I need your Twitch name, your Bobo name, your real world name, and your real world mailing address anywhere in the world, and we will get that mailed out to you. It is a brand new box of Kurnoth Hunters from Games Workshop. Congratulations. And you just started Sylvaneth. Are you kidding me? Doesn't get any better than that, man. That is a brand new box of Kurnoth Hunters. Congratulations and welcome. Thank you so much. Thank you to everybody that supports the channel and allows us to do this cool stuff. We love giving back to the community. And let's paint tanks. It's that simple. All right. So, like I was saying before, and you know, the dry brush. Let's see if we can get in here close enough for you to really tell. So what the dry brushing does, as we all know, is it's going to catch a lot of different edges. See these little, whatever these things are, these standoffs, right? The dry brush caught all 4 edges at various brightnesses because we were directing our dry brush from bottom to top the way we're looking at it right now, right? So like this, top to bottom is better to look at, all right? So we were dry brushing like this with a downward stroke. And so a lot of the dry brush picked up on the edge that would come in here. A wild hipposcotamus. That's a great name. Welcome. Thank you for the follow. So we dry brush from top to bottom on this. And by doing so, the dry brush, because of the way the brush works and how it drops paint off on the model and so on and so forth, put paint on the top and on the sides and even a little bit on the back as the bristles, you know, fell over it, right? So we get all of those edges highlighted, which helps us when we drop in our line highlight like we're doing now, because we just line highlight the top. But we get that secondary glow all the way around without having to do that with brush work. Because, of course, it's hard to vary that line so thin with a brush, right? You'd come in with like a triple aught brush and you could do that. But what the dry brush does, it makes it very simple. So now we've got, like, we line highlight the upper edges of these things, but like here on this circular pad, we line highlight the top, and we still get a little bit of afterglow on the bottom side. Okay, so that's why on vehicles it's good to do, because it helps transition across all of those corners, radiuses, edges, big flat panels. You know, this edge here, as we've gone through and dry brushed, has brought that bright line, but it's not a specific line. It's a little fuzzy along the edge because of the dry brushing texture. So then when we drop our bright brush highlight on there, it has a little bit of a palette to fall onto and not just bam, line, right? So these don't look like bam, line against ultra dark because we've got a little bit of that fade coming off of them from the dry brush. Even though it's minuscule in a lot of cases, it just helps. Every little bit helps to clean it up, right? That makes sense? That's why we're doing this. So that's why the dry brush here seems like we've done just a shitty job of line highlighting. But when we go back and highlight it and hit it with our line, we don't have to do the whole line, and it gives us a very thickness to all of our highlights as opposed to a uniform brush stroke everywhere. Right? So our dry brush got a little bit of detail along these lines that we didn't even line highlight. But helps us to transition and get that looking like a shiny metal edge. Make us some sense? It's so good. I should write this down. Kurnoth Hunters. I'm sitting here forgetting. Bobo. Bobo. Cannon. Sunday. I'm so freaking bad at this. Is it Bobo or Bobo? Might be Bobo Cannon. you for the bits. Ugh, Avatar, thank you so much for the bits. Welcome. Emerald's very sad that his lines are BAM lines. What? His lines aren't BAM lines. Super Jedi Dude, will I be painting more Kingdom Death minis? Yes. Yes, I will. I don't know how much more Kingdom Death we'll be doing on stream. Probably at least finishing up 1 or 2 of them. We're hoping to have those done by like a week or 2 from now, all 8 of them, and back off to their owner, Dealer of Death, one of our viewers. So I don't know how many of them. I'll probably do some finishing touches and the basing work on them and things like that. But and then I don't have any more. Oh, I do. I actually do have some more Kingdom Death. So yeah, guaranteed there'll be more. We've got more of the pinups coming. Some of the newer ones. Iceman, what's your question? Feel free to ask. Howard Stern fandom. Have I ever listened to his show? Yeah. Years and years and years and years and years ago. I don't listen to it now. I mean, he's one of those. It's an acquired taste, I think, and I'm not. I mean, I can only handle a little bit of those guys that are over the top, just trying to, you know, yank everybody's chain too much. But I get what he's doing. I don't mind it as much as some people. Some people get all up in arms about it. But he's a shock jock, right? He was some of the first of the shock jocks, and they have a crowd because it's the kind of stuff that is boisterous and over the top, and for that specific reason, you know, people are like, oh, hell yeah. And we're going to come in and grab this little, whatever this hinge area is. I'm just going to get a little bit across the corner here. I'm working very thin. Each time I go to the palette, I'm cleaning the brush first, and then I'm barely drying the brush off on my paper towel, and then taking the wet brush to the palette so that I'm not getting too much of a thickness of the paint building up. Touch this top edge across this corner a little bit, right? Over to that edge. Inside edge here. Again, because remember, our light's coming left to right is how we set it up with our dry brush, so carry that idea across the whole model. Makes it easy. Get a little bit of this right here. I don't want to take that edge very far because obviously this circle stack is taller, sticks up out of there, so it would have a little bit of a shadow that falls on the model. So we'll just come out of that edge a little bit, and then we'll pick up just a hair over here on the sides. That. Leave that gap in the between. And trust me, it takes me a lot longer as I'm telling you guys what's going on. Once you get the hang of it, you'd just be flying through. It's not like you're watching me, you're like, oh god, that's going to take 18 years for me to do that. Nah, it doesn't really. Once you get the hang of it, you're blowing and going. Right now, anytime I'm on stream and I'm giving you pointers as I'm painting, it takes me about 10 times longer than up a line on that one. Same thing on this little edge right here. Come in and pick up like position right here. Don't think we're probably gonna paint these like some sort of silver. I'm not gonna paint those, I believe. We didn't really mess with them. Maybe this circle thing could probably stay yellow. I like the idea of that. So I'm going to catch the inside edge on this side. the cylinder. Oh. And then the outside edge over here, right where the dry brush caught it. That. Right. Now on these hinges over here, we're not going to highlight the hinge. We're going to highlight the armor plate right behind the hinge. Notice how over here we highlighted the hinge itself because that was the edge that faced our what was, you know, this side of the tank, right? This side of the tank is our highlight side, right? So everything that faces that side of the tank is what we're going to highlight. So here it won't be the hinge. It'll actually be this armor outside the hinge. See how hinge on this side, outside of the hinge on this side. Just take that edging and pay attention to how that falls, right? Every edge that faces the left of the tank, if we call, well, actually it's the right of the tank if you're sitting in the tank, but to our left, right, with the front facing us, right, over here. Every edge that faces over here will get highlighted. Now we will cheat it, and these edges over here, even though this edge faces right, we'll go ahead and highlight it too because it's an outer edge, so we can kind of fake it that way. Notice how this is starting to come alive just through this area here. Now we need to edge this part of the armor outside the door as well. And actually on that one, we might have to cheat it too because the door stands proud of this whole area. What do we think? What do we think? What do we think? Yeah, I think we're going to actually go ahead and highlight the door itself because the door stands up off of that, so this edge wouldn't really be highlighted down beneath, so we're just going to catch the door again.
I've got two kinds of wet in my pants.
Two kinds? Travarian, thank you so much, my friend. How the heck is your Sunday going? Using the side of the brush and just kind of building up this fade. On that highlight again. Rough.
Hey, somebody likes us.
Who dat? The Oxide, welcome. Thank you so much. You're watching Travarian. Welcome, welcome to Sunday. I am Slowfuse, also known as Jason. I guess I'm Jason, also known as Slowfuse. We are painting Tonks. Imperial Fish Rhino, to be exact. We are at the just finished airbrushing, moving into line highlighting section. Brush not clean enough. This model and game color paint will dry up so quick. Probably be using a wet palette for it, even though all we're doing is edging. Taper that a little. Again, you don't want to pull this entire edge, and now that you have the other edge done, you don't, like anytime you've got one thing, like this door, let's say, or this is this big panel, right, which is the Razorback panel, but we're going to put a command Rhino antenna array on here, right? But anytime you have a side over here, you want to make sure that you don't pull this edge the same way you did here. So notice how we pulled this corner very slight, just at the corner. Here, we want to pull it up a little bit more, so it's higher. If you pull them all exactly the same, it starts to look too symmetrical. So here we pulled pretty long on this side. This side will just kind of... Didn't talk so much that my paint dries up right on the brush. We'll come in and maybe make this one short. Just keep reinforcing it, pulling the brush so that it tapers down, thickens up where I want it brighter, and then tapers away to nothing on that back edge. Right, and just keep this one short because over here on this side we pulled it pretty long. And then we'll spend a longer amount of time right in the middle. Catch this bite of my brush here. No. Why? What do you gotta do? You could probably do your couch, and I won't hear. I don't think. I'll let you know. Sorry, Jen's gonna do some vacuuming on. She's cleaning up one of our couches to sell. And so if you guys hear the vacuum, let me know. I'll tell her to stop. I just don't want to connect that area to the other two lines, and I want it to be fairly thin, right? So that works perfect. And we get a nice edge around here, but it's not symmetrical, but it still pulls that whole area up. Iceman, do they make a paper template for figures so you can kind of plan things out for designing and paint colors? They don't. Did you guys hear that? Did you guys hear that? The vacuum? Trevelyan, this streamer knows how to maximize contrast. I gotta wait a minute. Let them see if they say yes. I don't think so. Unless I could hear it in the background when I was talking. It's okay. Yeah, it's okay. Go for it. They can deal. I do not know, but there doesn't mean that there's not a reason why you couldn't just draw one. Right? Oh, okay, yeah. Wild Boys just showed you Bolter and Chainsword. There. Fantastic. LT. You can be whatever you want on the internet. Why not? I am Nurgle. Can you hear it in the background? She'll be done in a second. Dr. Jones! Yeah, thanks for bearing with us, guys. We're trying to prep for the move. Oh. Opie and Anthony were over the top. Yeah, they were. Thank you, Wild Boys, for posting that link. Yeah, so for anybody that's just showing up, we spent some time on Friday. People have always wanted to see how I would do vehicles, and so I am showing my vehicle method 1. I've got 2 different ways that I do vehicles. And the first of which I decided to show here is coming in, and we primered this whole tank in gray. As you can tell, these are actually primered, even though GW plastics are gray and it doesn't look like it. Primered it in gray, and then I went in with white, and I airbrushed the white highlight. And that white came from top to bottom, and then kind of a spot glow highlight on all of these, so that I kept the highlight kind of in the middle of the panels, and then, you know, darker towards the edges is what I was going for. And so did that with white, and then came back with black. So this method is kind of reverse process in your mind as to what you would do normally, where you would kind of primer a model dark, and then highlight up with grays and whites on top of that dark, in our case mostly a black primer coat, and then you use grays and whites to get your you know, expected lighting direction and all that kind of pre-highlighting done. Here we did it reverse. We did all of our light with the white first, and then we went back with black. Worked black up from the tracks vertically so that you could get this dirt fade here, okay? And then went in and did all of our panel lines. So you can see these dark shadows on all of our panel lines, and we do that with black. So it was literally just airbrush and black. It's an old scale modeler's trick. I've been doing it for years with 35th scale models, but it works for us too, even when we're layering up multiple colors of paint to get the actual color. Like in the scale model world, a lot of times you'd paint Panzer Gray on a Panzer IV. So you would paint black, and then you go over it with Panzer Gray, and you were done. Right? The thing, the beauty of it was that the Panzer Gray was put on there, and the black showed through for your panel lines. You sprayed one color over it, very thin, maybe layered it up a couple times to brighten it up in certain areas, and then you were done, because they make the color of paint the tank was, and so you only got to paint it once, and then you can dry brush, highlight, and do whatever else you want. For us, a lot of times, like with this is 3 different colors. It's golden brown, yellow ochre, and yellow RLM. So we went back over that ugly looking tank that was kind of white, kind of gray, and a lot of black outlining on it that made no sense. and we went back through it with these. So the first coat was golden brown, and you can see the golden brown on the bottom here, right? That's what all this is. Very, very thin, very spotty on the bottom because we're going to do a bunch of mud and stuff on the tracks and the bottom of the tank for weathering. But this is the first layer color. So it basically just tinted the black that we had painted or the white with this golden brown, right? Then after that, we went in with yellow ochre. The yellow ochre brings a little bit of an orangey yellow into the fold. And so you can see as we're painting, notice how we have these kind of rusty yellows. That's that yellow ochre showing through. And it gives us our good transition color from top to bottom. So we're building up our weathered dirt look as we go. And so we don't have to worry about how to paint that on after the fact, right? So this is already nice and weathered. And all you're really seeing here is the black. This is our black base coat showing through all the way across the bottom. It's just tinted with our brown and then our yellow ochre and then even our bright yellow a little bit. Right, so you get that nice fade with the airbrush, but just because I'm painting basically at ink thickness, I mean it's super translucent paint that we're using as we go across and do this. And so at the end of the day, you're in control of pushing those black lines back as far as you want so that your shadows pop out. There's no washes done on this tank. There's no pin wash. There's no oil wash. There's no nothing, and I won't do any of that. I'm already moving on to line highlights. So we're already getting to a point to where this tank can be done pretty quickly. Obviously, I've been doing it over the course of a day and a half of streaming, so about 5 hours total, probably, because it takes me longer as I'm talking you through all the steps. Right? So that catches you up to where we're at now. And right now we're working with golden yellow as our highlight color, right, a model color, and that's what we're doing all of our lining with. We dry brushed first. The dry brush set up where our paint would kind of fall, how our highlight lines would fall, and gave us kind of a paint by numbers kit to work with. And now we're just following that. Alright, so we got around here, and I'm just kind of looking around, and wherever I see, like right here, we'll grab these edges. We can, on some of these, as they're angled, go ahead and catch that top edge. Here we go. Catch all the edges on these tie downs. Hey Ferrithus, sorry I didn't see you come in, man. How you doing on this weekend? It's like a distant whistle. Yeah. Sindri, welcome back, my friend. Yeah, like Comet Bus is saying, I usually don't even worry about like a picture of the model. For me, a lot of times it's literally just put the colors on a card. You know, so I might take a card and, you know, paint 3 stripes of color just to see if my colors fit, like all the colors I might use for a model, and see if I like them together. And then I hold the model and change placement of color, because if you're doing Marines, and Marines are generally all the same, shoulder plates, armor, gun, helmet, then you can kind of get away with repetition. You know, but for most of the models that I paint, whether it's Infinity, Warhammer, you know, whatever, like even with my Marines, like I've got a squad by squad color scheme going on. So for our Imperial fists, I've got some of them that are quartered. You got leg, opposite arm painted in yellow, and then black. We're going to have some that are yellow chest, black legs, black chests, yellow shoulder pads, black armor. You know, so we're going to be doing a lot of different combos. So it's really, for me, it's more of a, do these colors work together? Are those the colors I want to use? And then, yes, now I just figure out per model where those colors go. But if you want a more specific, you know, hey, where am I going to put these colors on this model? Then, yeah, definitely you can go in and print out a picture of black and white or anything and mark it up. I find that to be, I don't know, for me, I don't know that I would want to spend that kind of time figuring that out. I am going to go in and brighten these up just a hair. That. Better. Excuse me, I'm gonna hit just a little bit of this inside curve on this circular bit here. That. These the same way we did the other ones. Rivets to the side of that vent. More rivets, more lines, more rivets, and more lines. You see it. This is the way this works. Stop, repeat, all the time. This one's kind of funky because it's up behind all this. I'm not even going to do anything with it. That's this edge of this lamp housing. Again, I'm using the side of the brush for this as opposed to dragging the point across. Just be careful as you get up here, this narrow tip. Battleborn. What are you saying? Alright, I think you guys get the picture, right? Do a little bit more on the top, and then what we can do is focus on going up to a brighter yellow, and we'll show you the next stage highlight rather than doing this whole tank with these yellows. We're at the muy repetitivo, not even a word. It's a very repetitive task. Doing all this edging. Rather than kind of beat a dead horse here, I will go ahead and finish edging this top plate real quick. Then we'll go and move into mixing this with a little bit of ivory for our next color, and then go to pure ivory. Again, any of these panels that are longer than, say, you know, 1/4 of an inch, we've been dealing with a lot of things that are like 1/8 of an inch, 1/4 of an inch. Here we've got like nearly an inch long, so we don't want to pull that entire line. Right? We pull from one edge, and then we kind of trickle it down to nothing, and then we'll pull this edge back here as well. Working towards the corner. Picking it up at the corner. Rivet. So that our edge kind of disappears midway in the middle, right? Not totally, because again, our dry brush left some in there. So again, the reason why you want a dry brush is because it gives you a nice variable line thickness without having to pull that with a brush. It does a lot of the heavy lifting for you. Steal that technique? It's not stealing when I give it to you. I give things freely, man. Why we do this? Yeah, Dr. Jones, priming a sprue and running your colors on it works great too. All sorts of methods you can use. Around here, you just see me fly by the seat of my pants, and a lot of times it's just, hey, what do you want to do on this model? And we just start painting. I don't even have a clue. Then I don't write my color scheme down, and I rely on you guys to tell me what it was I used. And there's all sorts of fun stuff happening here. Carried away. I'm painting things I just told you I wasn't going to paint too. Like, we'll just paint this part, and then this part, and then we'll paint over here, and then we'll paint this part, and then by the time I'm done, I'm done. Okay. Again, on this front edge, we're just going to pull from the corner, thicker at the corner here. Taper that in to nothing. Notice how we get a nice taper. Again, just by working the brush thicker here so that more of the paint comes off and thickens that line up. And then by the time you're ready to pull the brush to nothing, there's no paint left on it anyway, right? And you just feather that and you just, you know, kind of lightly stroke that across 2 or 3 times to get that line to transition into our dry brush line, right? So it doesn't fade off into nothing. It fades off into this very thin layer of dry brush. So again, that's, can't express enough how I hate dry brush for most things and love it for the things I use it for, which is like this. Now let's pull a little line here, thicken it up, middle. Again, transition it quickly down to nothing. We go towards this cupola. And over on that side. We get a line that picks up out of nowhere, out of that dry brush line, thickens up again, and then thins down again. So you just get these transitions that you're building up slowly. Same thing over here, just at the corner, very thin, and then thicken it up as we pull it into the corner. Nice. Linear highlight across that panel without just lining in the whole damn panel. Because if you just go and you square off everything, it's not only going to look fake, but eventually it just gets to be too much. Right? It looks like a pinstripe. JP Gray, can you see the silly sat dish? I don't have it built. I think it's in my box over behind the screen. I can get it if you want. I can get it. Hang on. Hold, please. I think I know where it is. Look at that. Can't remember what the hell the company's name is that does this. Hexagon Mill? I think Hexagon Mill? Something like that? I think it is. I think it's Hexagon Mill. This. It's in there. It had its own plate. I think that might have worked. I mean, it had its own kind of thing, but I already had this built as a Razorback, so I just used it. And then it's got a dish I have yet to build. It's got like an arm and 2 radar fins, all sorts of bits and bytes. It's got freaking huge antennas that come up off of it. It's got tons of stuff. I don't know how much of that I'll use. This is the general gist of it. It's got like the center arm, the dishes, the radar dish things that I don't remember. It's cool as shit. Much better than the Forge World one. As far as look. I think it's Hexagon Mill. I want to say it's Hexagon Mill. That might be wrong though. Jesus, Fuse. Good thing I can even remember my name most days. What color am I going to paint the fist on the logo stuff? The fist will be black metallic, just like I'm doing all the armor. So these will be non-metallic metal black. So we'll paint that with the the gray workup and then the glaze and then the shine and all that. The Aquillas, I'm not sure yet. It'll be non-metallic black with a white inside circle for the fist with a circle. Black on this one. Like I said, for Aquillas, I don't know. Probably red for the lightning bolts. That's what I'm doing on all the troopers. So I might do red for the lightning bolt that's in there. I will probably paint the outer cover of the Stormbolter that old red. that all the bolters were, and then black gray for everything else for like the ammo chamber. The boxes I haven't figured out yet. For the jerry cans, probably red. For the box that I've got glued up here for whatever reason, I don't know. I haven't figured that out. Maybe metallic. Maybe like a rusty metallic. You know, that I can do with an actual true metal on it. Might be fun. I don't know that stuff. That's that whole color planning thing we were just talking about. You can see how great my color planning is, right? Like, wow, Fuse, you really have no clue what you're doing, do you? No, not really. What's the purpose of having a plan? It always falls apart anyway. I'm a nihilist. No plan. Thicken this up a little bit. I can't get what I want by pulling the edge with the side of the brush. It's too narrow or too tight of a corner there, so I'm just thickening this up by pulling directly. Same over here. I'll thicken this front line up as well because the dry brush is all that's sitting on there right now and it's a little messy. Again, I'm not going to pull the whole distance. I'm just thicken up from the side and then narrow it down across that one corner. And same thing here. Thicken up from this little cutaway insert. Repeat as necessary as we go across the mold. Thicken it up on the inside, fade it as it goes out towards the edge of the lamp. Carrying all of those builds in the same direction, right? Like a lot of times you would say, okay, I did the outside here, I'll do the outside here, and that kind of throws the eye. I know it's nitpicking, right? Because you might want to just do the outside of the highlight here, the outside of the highlight here. Because I'm going left to right across the entire tank, it just kind of locks it all in if you really take time to look at it, you know? And it gives you something to maintain a focus on the tank so that every time before you put paint on, you really take a look at it. If you just kind of go and say, oh, I'm just going to outline everything, sometimes you can lose focus and you can wind up, you know, doing parts of the tank you didn't really want to do. Things like that. So I find that giving myself a directive like that helps me a lot. Pull a hair of a line here. Behind. These two little lines here, just light. Not all the way up to the cupola. Shade there. Go ahead and pull. Even though this is up underneath the cupola, I still want to get just a little bit of this corner to set this panel off. It does face the right side of the tank to do so. Pop that little corner area. Pretty okay with that. works. These long edges here. Gonna be a tough one. Not really tough, but we want to have these be fairly pronounced here, right? So, kind of.
Hey, somebody likes us.
Hey. What time is it? 4:33. Got 30 minutes. Peace Beard, welcome. Let me thicker right here. I'm gonna start pulling down the edge. Fade it off the edge like that. Again, working pretty thin. This is model color, so it's pretty thick pigmented paint. All right, let's do the same thing pulling back from this exhaust stack. Let's go longer with this one. We'll pull this one thicker, longer. And again, just fade it right into the edge, thinner and thinner as you go, until it disappears into that dry brush edge that we've got. They both kind of just pull into one another there. You can see that thick, thin, thin, thick. And we'll grab one in the middle. Well, maybe not. Maybe we won't split the difference exactly, but pretty close. Then right here. Up for a bit. And retreat it back down into. Here we go. Get a nice line, but it is a it's a varied thickness through here, right? We go thick, thin, thick, thin, thick. But because of that dry brush line, when you really look at it, it doesn't look like a mistake. It looks like just shinier parts and duller parts. And that's what you're going for. As opposed to, I mean, you could do this and you could pull it, pull a line with a triple aught brush and then pull a line with a number 1 like what we're doing and get the same, but it's a lot more work. That's a lot more puckering of butthole than I think most people want to deal with. Pulling all of these same edge highlights with a super small brush will really drive you crazy. So you can avoid it by using the dry brush as your first stage. Puckering of butthole. Technical term. Right there. I'm going to go ahead and edge these around the smokestack as well. Even though we're probably going to buff that down with maybe black pastels later for the smoke. Black and browns. We're having that be really dirty. But anytime soot, oil, all of that falls on the model, it's going to fall over that same highlighted edge, right? Whatever's on top will just cover up the fact that this is a bright edge on the armor. So going ahead and painting it bright will give you a little bit to play with. It'll give you a little bit more dynamic color layering as you go in with all of your weather effects. Make sense? If I drop like oil splotches over this, that bright edge will still poke up out of the oil splotch a little bit better than the regular yellow highlight. Door teeth. Salt ramp. Call it. It sounds like it's badass. Teeth on the assault ramp. Catch one of those edges. I typically pick a side of an edge to catch, and then I don't do the other one, right? Just to keep a little bit of imbalance, but to not make it just a flat edge. We're going to weather the shit out of those anyway. They're going to be all beat up, because that's the part that would smack against the ground, so the paint would be torn off of it and all that stuff too. So. Make us some sense. All right, I want to pull this line. These suck right here because it's not across a 90-degree angle, so we just want to come in from the corner real quick. Again, just very, very easily pulling a thicker line to a thinner line. And then we're going to line another one here. Peel that off. Picking it up in the middle. Get a little better on this end. You can highlight that. Since it doesn't have a 90-degree angle, you just got to go thin, thick, thin. You just got to kind of make it up on your own. But you do want that highlight on that edge, especially because we chose to keep that edge a little bit darker as it fell off the front of the tank. So it gives us that contrast that's nice. Still semi-believable. We're not too comic booky here. Anything on the other side real quick? And we'll pop up, I think, to a brighter yellow. We'll do the back and this other side first, too. And a little more pressure through the middle and then lift off. Basically the same exact thing on this side we did on the other side. Kirby, how often do I break out the 000 brush? We use it quite a bit on miniatures like dudes. Tanks, very rarely. There's really no need for a 000 on a tank unless you're doing freehand. If I'm doing freehand, then I'll build up a lot with the 000. I'll do all my initial sketching with the 1 and the 000, and then fine detail with the 000 for freehand. But generally on this tank, I don't really know that I would have to use, as I'm looking at it, I don't know that I have to use the 000 for much of anything. Maybe the highlighting on this, on the small Aquila here, you know, as I do the edge highlighting on like the wings on the Aquila, on the box there, I probably would use it. Just looking at it, other than that, there's not doing the lettering in here on this scroll, probably. But, you know, really, really fine details. But on miniatures, yeah, all the time. I mean, we've used the 000 for like the whole night, one night, doing the our octopus, doing all of the little dots, right? All of our little ant trail dots for all of our highlight on him. Rather than doing edge highlighting on this guy, we went in and we created the highlights across the body in weird spots to kind of match the natural color scheme of the blue-ringed octopus that we were trying to paint. Right, so we've done quite a bit with the 000 on this, even though this model is pretty big. You know, this model's tank size. You know, so just depends on the kind of detail you're trying to do as to whether or not we break it out. Been using it a lot on the Dark Age stuff because, again, our highlights on the metallics, right? As we go through and edge in all of these metallics, that stuff requires a very, very fine line, but you need that stark contrast and thickness, like control of thickness. So like on this guy with all the scratches, this was all done with the 000, right? Because it's kind of like freehand. Even though these scratches are in the sculpt for the most part, you know, being able to drop that texture in on the front of his nose. I mean, you look at how small that is. That's all done with the 000. All this edge texturing on these scales is all done with the 000, as you can see. Textures that we've pulled across the edging on that, that's all done with 000. Most of the ivory little spotting for the metallic has been done with the 000. So, just depends on what I'm working on. I use it a lot. A number 1 and a 000 are my main go-to brushes, to give you an idea. Iceman, your laptop's being stupid. I hate it. Delicious curry was delicious, Liz. I hate you, but love you at the same time. God. No, JP, Greg. It will not. Oh, my back. As believable as a tank with a fusion reactor and a jerry can of gas on top can be, it's a Promethium, right? It's not for the engine, it's for the flamer dudes inside. Right? Right? Go with it. Just go with it. Why did they give me this in my tank kit if it's not something I'm supposed to use? Those bastards. Those bastages. Okay, let's, it's 4:43. We're gonna have to quit here pretty soon, so let me drop in this and then we'll go and highlight up a couple more of these areas real quick with the ivory, the next color up, so you guys can see what difference that starts to make. We got Haspel coming up at 5, and I got a tutorial I got to do with Twinner, one of our viewers here. I'm going to paint another tank. I still got lots of tank painting to do today. What did I do? I did this edge from those.
Hey, somebody likes us.
Hey! Glenthorne, welcome! Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Hope your Sunday's going well. Everybody had a great weekend.
Somebody likes us.
Carter! SC2, what's going on? Pull this hinge real quick. Again, I'm going to work thick to thin and not pull it the whole way down the hinge here. And let it fade away because that dry brush on that hinge was pretty good. Not super worried about that. And same thing on this side, but I think on this side we'll pull middle to bottom maybe? Question mark? That would be alright. Real thin up at the top and thick at the bottom on this guy. Then a little bit of edge right across that top edge. Just alternate those hinges just because it breaks it up a bit. If I go top, then it looks like it's just too symmetrical. Bugs me every now and then. Even though it's a big, circle or big square tank. Thing doesn't have a whole lot of super creative lines on it, we'll say. That doesn't mean you can't go the extra distance just to make stuff feel a little bit more lively than the sculpt itself. Gives you the Anders cupola done up pretty well. Let's go through, and what we'll do is we'll highlight up this panel here with the door, the hinges, and everything, and we'll use some of the ivory mixed in with this yellow and show you how that affects all of it. I need to pull this little edge right here first. We'll go ahead and do it on the other side too. But again, we'll transition, we'll pull from what would be bottom to top as opposed to top to bottom when looking at the other. Thicker towards this hinge and thin it out. I want to, just for shits and giggles, I want to pull a little bit of light across this. Not trying to beat it up too bad, but I do want to catch these other edges, so I'm gonna do a little bit here. right, so what we'll do now is we'll take some ivory. We've been working with gold and yellow. and you'd get them and you'd be super happy with them probably. But yeah, I would be like, I should have done this. I could have done that better and that. There you go. Yes, Twitch, what's going on? Nice. Yes, Twitch, another tutorial coming up. We're doing Tau, aren't we? Snake. Yeah, I will do group tutorials. It makes it cheaper per person in the long run to do group tutorials, but it does still charge by the person by the hour for tutorials because I have to be able to spend time with each individual asking me questions. So it's not just you get to bring all your buddies in at the same price kind of a thing. But I do group tutorials, and we can work that out through Hangouts and Skype just as easy. So yeah, definitely. Gabe, and you charge by the hour, so you make the same amount regardless of model count. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's kind of the thing, you know, is it? Well, sometimes not. I mean, because I quote final price, I don't quote work in progress. So if you're ever dealing, I mean, I won't go too much into it, but if you ask to commission something with me, there's only a few cases where it's a to not exceed kind of price schedule, and that's usually where I'm doing a lot of conversion and sculpting, and I'll say it won't be any more than this. But I don't know how much it's going to be until we get the model and I start the conversion and I see what all it's going to take to do the sculpt. If it's an open-ended thing like that, if it's paint, then you have a number and that's the number and that's all you pay. So I quote it thinking how many hours it's going to take, but I can't just say, oh yeah, I charge by the hour and this takes me 4 months and you owe me $4 million. Nobody would do paint with me. No. The way I get around that is that I just don't promise you a due date, you know, because that's kind of the way it works. Snake Man. Y'all are doing Tau tonight? Tau tonight? We're not doing Tau tonight. We're doing tanks. Flippy, what's going on, man? Crypto sounds like so much fun. Holy cow. Dogs galore. All right, gang. We are going to pass it off to Mike Haspel here in just a second. Again, thank you so much for hanging out with us on Sunday. I love my Sunday time with you guys. It's nice and chill and quiet generally. Hopefully you learned a lot. We got through our last airbrush workup with the yellows on the Imperial Fist tank. I'm really enjoying it. And now you can see where it goes. It goes into spending time highlighting and getting all of the detailing done. And even though you'd think, like, you know, it's just when you look at these and they're just flat surfaces, it makes you think they're easy. And then you start doing the highlighting, and you're like, oh my god, there's 50 million freaking things on this tank. But it'll go pretty quick once I really get into it. So I'll probably drop a lot more of the highlight onto it off screen, and then we'll get into weathering. Will probably be the next thing that I show you. I will keep using this tank as a way to do tutorial for you guys so that you get to follow it all the way from start to finish, but I will probably break off and do a lot of the highlighting off screen, and then the next time you see it might be next weekend, maybe next Sunday. We'll take a jump into doing the final weathering, like mud on the tracks, and painting some of the oil streaks and some of those military scale model tricks that I do for getting some really cool weathering effects on it, chipping and things like that. So should be great. Should be great. Dragon, thank you. Blind Aggro, thanks for tuning in, guys. 10 billion robots. How long would it take? I would be dead twice. Thanks. Darkness, thank you, guys. Thank you guys for joining and hanging out with us. Stick around. I'm going to host over to Mike Haspel, also a Long War veteran, and he is going to take you through the road to Adepticon, building some really cool terrain. So some really cool tips and tricks coming from Mike tonight as well. So stick around. As soon as you see the host kick in, make sure you go to Mike's channel directly, raid him. For all you guys that are bomb snails and have your emotes, go through and throw up all those emotes all over his channel. Bomb snails, heart bombs, do it all. Raid his ass, and we will see you again on Tuesday. Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate it.